Warning, the video you're about to see for YouTube is disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to my channel. It seems you're eager to embark on an adventure into the depths of the world's most captivating and enigmatic creatures. We're talking about everything from legendary beasts and mythical monsters to those elusive cryptids and urban legends. As we delve further into the chart, we delve into the fascinating stories, legends, and reported sightings surrounding each of these extraordinary beings. We also explore the potential origins and explanations for their existence. This video combines all the layers that were previously posted as separated parts of my channel, but don't worry, they've been edited for a smoother viewing experience. I even included timestamps for each layer to make navigation a breeze. So come along with me on this thrilling journey of discovery as we unveil the secrets and mysteries hidden within the ultimate cryptid and mythological beings iceberg chart. But before we dive in, I want to thank you for watching and I hope you will enjoy this video. Layer 1 starts with something probably very familiar to you, and that's extraterrestrial life. It is referred also to as alien life, and it's a life that may occur outside of the Earth and which did not originate on the Earth. No extraterrestrial life has been yet conclusively detected. At least it was not publicly made clear if we already had at first contact. There are many popular depictions of alien in media. However, as we dive deeper into the subject, we find a vast array of theories and hypotheses about the aliens and how they would look like. Some theories suggest that alien life could exist in environments vastly different from our own, such as on planets with extreme temperatures, pressures, and other chemical compositions. According to an argument made by the scientists Carl Sagan and Stephen Hawking, it would be improbable for life to not exist somewhere else than on Earth. The first recorded case of Scythian aliens dates back to Egypt around 1440 BC. It describes that the pharaoh Thutmose III reported that fiery discs were encountered flying over the skies. However, the Quantum Committee disputed the legitimacy of the Thulis papyrus, and Thule was taken in and the papyrus was declared as a fake. Anubis is also known in ancient Egyptian as the god of funerary rites, protector of graves, and guide to the underworld. He is typically depicted as a man with the head of a jackal or a dog. In ancient Egyptian mythology, he played an important role in rituals and beliefs surrounding death and the afterlife. Anubis was often portrayed as a protector of the dead and was responsible for guiding souls through the underworld to the afterlife. He was also associated with mummification and was believed to be responsible for waging the hearts of the deceased against a feather to determine if they were worthy of entering the afterlife. Banshees are supernatural beings from Irish mythology. They are typically depicted as female spirits who wail and scream to warn of impending death. When several banshees appear at once, it's said that a great or holy person has died. According to the legends, banshees are usually seen near forests, rivers, or lakes. They are said to have long hair and wear white or grey clothing. Banshees are often associated with specific Irish families or clans. Despite their association with death, banshees are not necessarily evil. Instead, they are often viewed as mournful and compassionate, weeping for the passing of a loved one. Apparently in 1437, the Scottish King James I is said to have been approached by one such a being. Basilisk is definitely not looking like the most friendly creature out there. The basilisk is a mythical creature that has been mentioned in European folklore. He is typically depicted as a serpent or a dragon with a crested head, large wings, sharp teeth, and claws. It's said its gaze can be deadly. They are even able to kill a person with a single glance. According to the legend, the basilisk was born from a chicken's egg that was incubated by a toad or a serpent. I know this speculation is wild, but stay with me, it gets even better. The only way to believe that a basilisk could be killed is by an odor of a weasel, the crowing of a rooster, or the sound of a brass horn. In some tradition, the basilisk was also said to have the ability to breathe fire or poison. Behemoth is a creature that appears in Judeo-Christian mythology, especially in the book of Job in the Hebrew Bible. It's typically depicted as a massive and powerful land animal, sometimes described as an elephant, although some interpretations suggest it may represent a mythical creature. In the book of Job, Behemoth is described as having enormous strength and power, and it's said to be able to drink entire rivers dry. It's also worth to be noting his impressive size, with some accounts suggesting that he is so large that he can shade entire rivers with its massive body. The exact nature of meaning of Behemoth is matter of interpretation, with various scholars and theologians offering different explanations. Some suggest that Behemoth represents the untamed and uncontrollable aspect of the nature, while others have seen him as a symbol of chaos and disorder. Sasquatch, also known as Bigfoot, is a legendary creature that is said to inhabit forests, mountains, and wild areas in various parts of North America, but you have probably heard many stories about him already. The creature is usually described as a large, hairy, ape-like creature, standing anywhere from 6 to 10 feet tall and weighing several hundred pounds. Many people continue to search for evidence of a Sasquatch, and there have been numerous expeditions and investigations conducted over the years in attempt to prove its existence. And if you didn't know, because I sure didn't, the study of a Sasquatch is known as Sasquatchology or Bigfootology, and there are many theories and debates surrounding this creature. Some believe that it's a surviving species of a prehistoric ape, while others believe that it may be a form of an undiscovered primate or even a supernatural being. However, until conclusive evidence is found, Sasquatch remains a mystery and a subject of speculation. This one is kind of scary. So blob is the name given to an ultra-low frequency sound that was detected in 1997 by the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or short NOAA, in the Pacific Ocean. The sound was so loud that it was heard by underwater microphones over a range of 5,000 kilometers, leading to speculate that it might be the sound of a giant sea creature. I'm not quite sure if I'm the only one to be scared of such a things, but I don't like the sound of this, pun intended. But subsequent analysis revealed that the sound was not consistent with any animal we know and was more likely to be produced by a natural phenomenon such as an icequake or a large undersea volcanic activity. It has been argued that the blob would be an animal at least 250 feet in length. Others have pinpointed that not all animals make the same amount of noise for their sound. For example, the pistol shrimp. And I'm sharing this photo with you because my imagination went wild for a bit there. It is only a few centimeters long, but it can produce loud noises with their claws. It has been argued with this in mind that the animal making the blob noise might be significantly smaller than generally estimated. The source of the sound remains unknown, but it's believed to have originated somewhere in the southern Pacific Ocean. The boogeyman is a legendary monster that is said to frighten children, usually at bedtime. The word boogie originated in the mid-19th century, originally as the other name for the devil. It may derive from the Middle English word bogey or boogie, meaning terror or scarecrow. The boogie is often depicted as a dark and shadowy figure that hides in closets, under beds, or in dark corners waiting to scare children who misbehave or refuse to sleep. While the description of boogeymen differs on cultural levels, there are often some shared similarities to the creature, many of them depicting boogeymen to have sharp teeth and claws and be a tall, dark entity. The boogeyman is a universal myth that existed in various forms and cultures throughout the history. Centers are mythological creatures with upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse. They originate in Greek mythology and were said to inhabit the mountains and forests of ancient Greece. Centaurs were often depicted as wild and unruly, known for their strength speed, and love of wine and rivalry. They were also known for their fighting skills and were said to have been expert archers and warriors. In some myths, centaurs were portrayed as wise and just, serving as teachers and mentors to heroes such as Achilles and Hercules. Centaurs are often seen as symbols of struggle between man's animal nature and his higher consciousness. The origins of the myth of the centaur are unclear, but some scholars believe that it may have arisen from early Greek encounters with nomadic tribes on horseback. Cerberus is a mythical creature from Greek mythology. He is a three-headed dog with a serpent tail who guards the entrance of the underworld, the realm of the dead. In most depictions, Cerberus has 3 heads, although some variations of the myth describe the dog with as many as 50 heads. The 3 heads are usually said to represent the past, present, and the future, or 3 stages of life: birth, growth, and death. In Greek mythology, Cerberus was said to be the offspring of the monstrous Echidna and the fearsome Typhon. His job was to prevent the dead escaping the underworld and prevent the living from entering it. He is known for his ferocity and his ability to breathe fire. Chimera is once again a mythical creature from the Greek mythology, which has the body of a lion and the head of a goat protruding from its back, and a serpent tail. In Greek mythology, the Chimera was a fearsome creature that was said to have been born from the union of Typhon, a giant monster with 100 heads and a serpent tails, and Echidna, a half-woman, half-serpent monster. The Chimera was believed to have lived in Lucia, and it terrorized the local population. The term Chimera has been since used to describe anything that is in combination of different elements, or a product of imagination and creativity. In biology, a chimera refers to an organism that has cells or tissues from 2 different species, created artificially or naturally. For example, a human-animal chimera could be created by injecting human stem cells into animal embryo, resulting in an organism with human and animal cells. Chupacabra is a legendary creature often described as a small, hairless reptilian-like animal with large fangs and glowing red eyes. The name Chupacabra translates to, and I'm not kidding, to goat sucker in Spanish. The name comes from the animal's report of vampirism. At first it was even suspected that the killings were committed by devil followers. Physical description of the creature vary. Some describe it as a reptilian and alien-like creature. The first reported sight of the Chupacabra occurred in the 1990s in Puerto Rico, and since then reports of sightings and attacks had spread through Latin America and even United States. However, there has been no conclusive proof that Chupacabra actually exists. Many experts believe that the sightings and attacks attributed to Chupacabra are actual results of combination of mass hysteria. Others suggest that Chupacabra may be a real animal that has yet not been discovered or identified by science. Cthulhu is definitely one of my favorites on this list. Cthulhu is a fictional cosmic entity created by the American horror writer H.P. Lovecraft. It is often described as a massive tentacle creature with a humanoid head, dragon-like wings, and an octopus-like body. In appearance, its skin is said to be greenish-gray color covered in scales, and it has long writhing tentacles that it can use to grab and crush its enemies. He was even used in the Polish presidential election, and I'm not even kidding with this. The poster says, "Choose the greater evil, Cthulhu." Cthulhu is often depicted as an ancient and vicious being that has existed since dawn of time, laying dormant in a sunken city at the bottom of the ocean. Its mere presence is said to drive people insane, and it's worshipped by fanatic cults that seeks to bring about its return and the end of the world as we know it. There are several organisms named after Cthulhu actually. An example would be the California spider Pimoa Cthulhu. Cyborg applies to organism that has restored function or enhanced abilities due to the integration of some artificial component or technology that relies on some sort of feedback. For example, artificial organs, implants, or in some cases wearable technology. It can also refer to completely synthetic beings that has biological components, such as a robot with organic tissue or cells. Cyborgs can be created for a variety of purposes, including medical reasons such as helping people with disabilities to regain lost functions, military purposes such as creating super soldiers, and scientific such as creating robots that can survive in extreme environments. The concept of cyborg is known to raise interesting ethical and philosophical questions about nature of humanity, the boundaries between man and machine, and the implication of technology on the evolution of the human race. Cyclops are mentioned in Greek and Roman mythology. They are representing giant creatures with one eye. There are three different groups of Cyclops. They are depicted to have enormous strength with magical powers, and they are often good blacksmiths. A possible origin for the why-not Cyclops was advanced by the paleontologist Ottino Abel in 1914. Abel proposed that the fossil skulls of the Pleistocene dwarf elephants, commonly found in the coastal caves of Italy and Greece, may have given the rise of the story. Abel suggests that the large central nozzle cavity for the trunk in the skull may have been interpreted as a large single eye socket, and that's where the story of the Cyclops originates from. Dodo was a flightless bird that was endemic to the island of Mauritius, which is located in the Indian Ocean east of Madagascar. The dodo went extinct around the mid to late 17th century, primarily due to human activities such as hunting and habitat destruction. The dodo was about 3.3 feet tall and weighed around 22 to 40 pounds. Dodos were known for their friendly and trusting nature, which made them an easy target for human hunters and predators such as rats and dogs. The extinction of the dodo birds is considered a cautionary tale about the impact of human activities on vulnerable species and their inhabitants. But there are still people claiming that the bird wasn't extinct completely, and that some of the birds are still alive. However, there is a controversy surrounding the date of its extinction. The last widely accepted record of dodo sightings is in 1662. Dragons are mythical creatures that have been depicted in various cultures and legends throughout the history. The symbolism of dragons has evolved over time and across cultures. In Western culture, dragons are often seen as a symbol of danger or evil, while in Eastern cultures they are often viewed as a symbol of good fortune, prosperity and wisdom. They are often portrayed as large reptilian or serpentine creatures with sharp teeth, claws and wings. Their scales are typically hard and protective, and they are known for their fiery breath. The appearance of dragons can vary widely depending on the culture and the specific legend. Dragons are also associated with power and strength, and they have played a significant role in many myths and stories throughout the history. In some legends they are protectors of treasures or guardians of sacred places, while in others they are depicted as fierce opponents to be defeated. Dwarves are a fictional race commonly found in many fantasy works, like Dungeons and Dragons, Lord of the Rings, you name it. Their physical features often include stocky bodies and large hands and feet, and a distinct preference for wearing sturdy but practical clothing and armor. In most fantasy works, dwarves are skilled miners and crafters, renowned for their expertise in metalworking, stonemasonry and engineering. They are often depicted as living underground in vast caverns and mines, where they are carved out elaborate cities and castles. They are frequently portrayed as stubborn and fiercely independent, with a deep sense of loyalty to their kin and clan. They are mostly known for the uses of axes and hammers as weapons, with affinity for earth and stone magic, and they often have a tense relationship with elves and other races. In the Codex Regius, an Old Norse poem book, record states that dwarves were produced out of the earth, while in the Prose Edda they were formed like Megans in the flesh of Ymir, which became the earth. Now let's talk about the elves. Elves are also a fictional race, usually depicted as tall and slender humans with pointed ears. The physical features often include pale skin and flowing silvery hair. In many works of fantasy, elves are known for their exceptional beauty and elegance, as well as their natural talents in archery, magic and diplomacy. They're often portrayed to live in forests, where they have a deep connection with the natural world and its creatures. Elves are also known for their longevity, with some depictions suggesting they can live for hundreds or even thousands of years. This often gives them a sense of wisdom and perspective that is unmatched by other races. While the specific detail of the elven culture and appearance can vary greatly depending on the work of fiction, some common elements include their use of bow and arrows as a weapon, their affinity to nature and magic, and their often tense relationship with dwarves. Fairies are mythical creatures, often found in folklore of multiple European cultures. In many depictions, fairies are associated with nature and said to be the guardians of the natural world. They are often shown to live in a forest, where they can interact with other creatures and help maintain the balance of nature. Fairies are also frequently associated with magic and are said to have the ability to grant wishes or cast spells. They are sometimes portrayed as helpers or companions to humans, appearing to those in need and providing guidance or assistance. A Christian belief is that fairies were a class of demoted angels. One story describes a group of angels revolting, and God ordered the gates of heaven to be shut. Those still in heaven remained angels, those who remained in hell became demons, and those who were caught in the middle became fairies. A faun is a mythical creature depicted as a half-human, half-goat hybrid. They're often associated with Greek mythology. Danny DeVito was once a faun. He voiced one in Hercules, if you remember. Fauns are usually depicted as having the upper body of a human and the lower body of a goat, with curved horns on their head and pointed ears. They're also known for their love of music, dance and rivalry, and are often portrayed playing pipes or other instruments. In many depictions, fauns are associated with god of wine and fertility, Dionysus, and are also shown as his companions and followers. They're often depicted as carefree, with a love of wine and tendency to engage in wild and uninhibited behavior. Once again, we are talking about one of the most popular monsters out there. But don't worry, with every entry we will dive into more obscure stuff, so just enjoy the ride. Frankenstein's monster is a fictional creature created by scientist Victor Frankenstein. In the novel Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, the monster is often depicted as a grotesque and terrifying creature with pale skin, stitched together limbs, and a hulking form. In the novel, the monster is brought to life through a complex scientific process, but it's ultimately rejected and feared by the society due to its appearance. Despite its fearsome exterior, however, the monster is portrayed as a sympathetic and a tragic figure, grappling with the feelings of isolation and abandonment, whose only aim is to share his life with another sentient being like himself. Over the time, the character of Frankenstein's monster has become a widely recognized symbol of science go Avery and the dangers of playing God. Mary Shelley's original novel never gives the monster a name, although when speaking to his creator, Victor Frankenstein, the monster does say, "I ought to be the Adam," in reference to the first man created in the Bible. Gargoyles are architectural features that typically take a form of a grotesque monster. Traditionally, gargoyles were used as a decorative spouts on buildings to channel water away from building walls, preventing damage caused by water infiltration. They were often designed with open mouths, which often served as a conduit for water flow. In medieval times, they were often used as symbols of protection, warding off evil spirits and other dangers. Some gargoyles were even believed to come to life at night, adding to the mystical nature. Like golems, they're usually made of magically animated or transformed stones, but have animal or chimera traits and are often guardians of a place such as a church or a castle. They are also depicted as vessels of demonic possessions or as living specimens resembling statues. Ghosts are like aliens, a wide subject to be covered, but to put it shortly, Ghosts are commonly believed to be spirits or souls of deceased individuals that remain on the earth after their physical bodies have passed away. Ghosts are said to be able to move through walls and other solid objects, and often appear transparent, shadowy, or glowing figures. Ghosts are often associated with hauntings and something paranormal. Some people believe they are tied to a specific place or an object, while others believe they have been trapped between worlds, unable to move to the afterlife. Since science says there is no proof of ghosts existing, their existence is impossible to falsify, and ghost hunting has been classified as pseudoscience. Ghosts have been a part of human folklore and mythology for centuries, and continue to be, so this would be a short explanation of what ghosts are. Of course, there are many different beliefs in many different countries around the world, but let's leave that for another video. A ghoul is a creature or a monster that is typically associated with Arabic or Muslim folklore. It is said to be a type of an undead creature that feeds on human flesh and is often depicted as a sinister and vicious entity. In some traditions, a ghoul is believed to be a reanimated corpse of a deceased person, while in others it's thought to be a demon or an evil spirit that takes on a human-like form. They're often associated with graveyards and tombs, where they are believed to dwell and hunt for their prey. Ghoul is also a reference to a person who is associated with death, like grave diggers and grave robbers. It was not until Antonio Galland translated 1001 Night into French that the Western concept of ghouls was introduced into European society. Galland depicted the ghouls as monstrous creatures that dwell in cemeteries, feasting upon corpses. Giants are giant humans. Let's move on. No, I'm kidding, there is a bit more to talk about here. Giants are mythical creatures often depicted as enormous human beings of great strength and size. In many depictions, giants are shown to have immense physical strength, capable of lifting massive boulders or even picking up trees with ease. They are often associated with the force of nature and sometimes depicted as living in remote or isolated regions such as mountains or deserts. They can be found in many cultures and mythologies around the world, and they are often associated with themes of power and conquest. So, what's opposite of giants? Yeah, dwarves of course, but also gnomes. Gnomes are mythical creatures often depicted as small human beings with pointy heads and long beards, and are associated with earth and nature. In many depictions, gnomes are shown to live underground. They are sometimes portrayed as guardians of the earth and are said to have deep connection with the natural world. Gnomes are also known for their skills and crafting and are often depicted to creating devices and machinery. In some traditions, they are believed to possess great knowledge and wisdom and are sought out for their advice and guidance. Now this sounds a lot like a dwarf. Well, both gnomes and dwarves are small human-like creatures, but the difference is that the gnomes only live underground, which is why they are also called earth dwellers. On the other hand, dwarves live in forests, mountains and sometimes underground. And also one more difference is that gnomes are smaller than dwarves and also more tolerant of the other races. Goblins are mythical creatures commonly depicted as small and evil. They are typically portrayed as small and weaker than humans, with green skin, pointed ear and sharp teeth, often associated with thievery and mischief. In folklore, goblins are also described as living in dark underground layers or abandoned buildings, but also in some folklores they are said to be household spirits. They are often said to be found stealing from humans and causing trouble, but they can be easily frightened away by a loud sound or bright noises. Do you remember the movie Gremlins? That little furry things that could transform? Well, this is about a legendary creature that originated in British folklore, particularly during the World War II. Can you guess what they are known for? They are depicted as vicious and nasty creatures that cause mechanical or electrical malfunctions, particularly in airplanes or other machines. Gremlins are typically portrayed as small, impish creatures with human appearance, although they may have exaggerated features such as a large nose and ears. They are also known for their mischief and practical jokes, and are often blamed for unexplained technical problems or equipment failure. There are even posters that pin their existence, dating back earliest 1920. There are many things I wanna ride in Harry Potter, like the magical car or the magical broom, but the griffin takes the first spot. Am I right? So griffins are legendary creatures with the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle. They're depicted as powerful and majestic creatures that were said to guard treasures and protect valuable places. In many mythologies and cultures, griffins were considered to be a symbol of strength, courage, and vigilancy. They were often associated with royalty and were believed to detect and hunt down dangerous prey, such as serpents and even dragons. The origin of the griffin myth is still unclear, but it appears in many Asian cultures, including Greek, Persian, and Egyptian mythology. In Greek mythology, griffins were said to pull the chariots of the gods and were associated with Apollo, the god of sun. And also griffin-like beasts were mentioned in Egypt, dating back to 3000 BC. The Grim Reaper is a personification of death in many cultures and mythologies. In Western cultures, the Grim Reaper is often depicted as a tall, skeletal figure wearing a black robe and carrying a scythe. The image of the Grim Reaper is often associated with fear and death. In some folklore, it is said that the Grim Reaper appears to individuals when it's their time to die, taking their soul with the scythe to the afterlife. The Grim Reaper is believed to be a natural force, simply doing his duty to collect the souls of the departed. Death is also sometimes portrayed one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. There are many different versions of Grim Reaper throughout all cultures in the world, but I will also give you an example. In the Slavic countries, the Grim Reaper is also known as Smrt, which means death, or Kosač, which means reaper. Slavic people found this very similar to the devil and other dark powers. One popular saying in Slavic countries goes like this: Smrt ne bira vrijeme, ni mjesto, ni godinu, which translates to death does not choose a time, place or a year, which means death is destiny. This one was kinda new for me. The Headless Horseman is a legendary figure in American folklore. The character first appears in Washington Irving's short story The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, published in 1820. The Headless Horseman is depicted as a ghostly figure who rides a black horse and carries his head under his arm. According to the story, the Headless Horseman was a Hessian soldier who had his head shot off by a cannonball during the American Revolutionary War. He is said to haunt the area around the Sleepy Hollow, a village near New York, and it's often seen riding throughout the countryside at night. In the story, he is portrayed as a fearsome and relentless pursuer of the story's protagonist. There is also an Irish version of him, where he uses a whip made of human spines to whip his enemies. He is there called Dullahan, and it's said when he stops riding, death will occur. A hellhound is a mythological hound that embodies a guardian or a servant of hell, or the underworld. Hellhounds occur in mythologies around the world, with the best known example being Cerberus from the Greek mythology, which we already talked about. There is also Garmr from the Norse mythology. Hellhounds are typically depicted as large black dogs with glowing eyes and sharp teeth. They are also said to be powerful and terrifying, and they are often associated with death and the afterlife. In some cultures, hellhounds are believed to be the guardians of the underworld, tasked with guarding the gates of hell and preventing the souls of the dead from escaping. They are also said to be able to track down and capture the souls of the wicked, and also they are believed to be the omens of death. Let me tell you the story of Hercules and the Hydra. Each of the Hydra's head had to be cut off and cauterized to prevent a new one from growing. However, as Hercules cut off each head, he found that two new ones would grow in their place, making the task seemingly impossible. With the help of his nephew, Hercules eventually defeated Hydra by cutting off its head and having his nephew cauterized the stumps with a flaming torch. Hydra is a mythical creature from the Greek mythology. It is a serpent-like monster with multiple heads, usually depicted as having as much as 9 heads. The Hydra is also known for its regeneration abilities. According to the legend, the Hydra lived in a swamp near the ancient city of Lerna, and it terrorized the surrounding countryside, attacking the livestock and the people. It was eventually defeated by the hero Hercules, who was tasked with killing the beast as one of his 12 labors. I love this one. For you that didn't know, the jackalope is a legendary creature from North American folklore. It is a combination of a jackrabbit and an antelope, typically depicted as a rabbit with antlers. The story of a jackalope originated in the American West, where it was said to be a rare and elusive animal that could only be found in the most remote and rugged parts of the wilderness. According to the legend, the jackalope has incredibly fast reflexes and can jump great distances, making it difficult to catch or hunt. Despite the mystical origins, some people claim to have seen jackalope in the wild. However, the sightings are often dismissed as hoaxes or cases of just mistaking for another animal. Jeff the Killer is a fictional character from a popular internet urban legend. He's often depicted as a psychotic killer with a grotesque appearance and a sinister smile. The story of Jeff the Killer began as a creepypasta, a type of horror story that circulates on the internet. The character is said to be a teenage boy who was driven insane after being bullied and attacked by a group of teenagers. After his transformation, he began killing people, often sneaking into their homes at night and attacking them. Jeff appears as an extreme, cruel, sadistic and insane individual. The smile on Jeff's face represents his bloodlust. His appearance shows just how much he will focus to harm somebody. Jeff the Killer is often depicted as having pale skin, black hair and a permanent twisted smile carved into his face. He wears a white hoodie and jeans and carries a knife or a other sharp object as a weapon of his choice. He is also said to have a distinct high-pitched laugh that he uses to taunt his victims. Despite being a fictional character, Jeff the Killer has gained a significant following on the internet. Jersey Devil is a legendary creature that is said to inhabit the pine barrens of southern New Jersey in United States. The creature is often described as a flying biped with hose, a goat's head, bat-like wings, and a long forked tail. So let me tell you the story of Jersey Devil. He was born to a woman named Mr. Leeds in 18th century. He was her 13th child, and upon its birth, it transformed into a winged creature and flew away, cursing the surrounding area. Since then, sightings of the creature has been reported in the Pine Barrens and surrounding areas. That's also the reason why he is called the Leeds Devil, because of its family name. The legend of the Jersey Devil has been passed through generations, with numerous sites reported over the years. Some believe that the creature is a supernatural being, while others believe it's a misidentified animal or even a hoax. Once again, we are talking about terrifying sea creatures. The Kraken is a legendary sea monster that has its roots in Scandinavian folklore. The creature is said to dwell into the deep, dark depths of the ocean, and it's known for its massive size and tentacle arms. In many accounts, the Kraken is described as a giant octopus or a squid, with tentacles that can reach up to 100 feet in length. It is said to be so large that it can easily drown entire ships with their crews into the depths of the ocean. The origin of the Kraken myth can be traced to the Norse mythology, where it was believed that the sea monster was released by the god Loki to wreak havoc on sailors and their ships. However, there were sights of a huge octopus-like thing attacking ships in the 17th century. The legend of the Kraken may have originated from the sightings of giant squids, which may grow approximately between 12 and 15 meters or 40 to 50 feet in length, which were throughout the years and the stories altered to fit the description of the Kraken. Leviathan is a mythical sea creature that appears in various ancient texts, including the Bible, the Talmud, and the ancient Mesopotamian mythology. The creature is often depicted as a giant sea serpent or a dragon with multiple heads. It is said to be the embodiment of chaos and evil. In the Hebrew Bible, he is described as a sea monster that is so massive that it can only be defeated by God. The creature is often used as a metaphor for chaos and destructions, and its defeat represents a triumph of order and good over chaos and evil. In ancient texts, he is also described as a powerful, fearsome sea creature that is associated with primeval chaos that existed before the creation of the world. It is often also depicted as a symbol of force of nature that are beyond human control, but also sometimes he is portrayed as the guardian of the underworld and the depths of the sea. Jewish sources describe him as a dragon who lives over the sources of the deep and who, along with the male land monster Behemoth, will serve up the righteousness at the end of time. So, who doesn't know the story about the Loch Ness monster? But if you somehow don't remember it, let me refresh your memory. The Loch Ness monster, also known as Nessie, is a legendary creature that is said to inhabit Loch Ness, a deep freshwater lake in Scottish Highlands. The creature is described as a large aqua reptile with a long neck and humps protruding from the water. Sightings of Loch Ness monster date back to the early 20th century, but the legend of the creature was popularized in 1933, where a photograph was taken and it was published in the newspaper. Since then, there have many reports about sightings of the creature as well as attempts to capture it on film or photo. Despite numerous sightings and expeditions, there was no conclusive evidence to prove the existence of the Loch Ness monster, that is a surviving dinosaur or a sea serpent, while others suggest that the sightings may be misidentification of some animals or simply a hoax. Still, it drives many tourists to the lake for the search for the famous sea monster. Medusa was a figure from the Greek mythology. She was one of the three sisters known as the Gorgons. The Gorgons were depicted as female monsters with wings and snakes for hair. Medusa was the only mortal of the three, and her gaze could turn any living creature to stone. According to the myth, Medusa was originally a beautiful woman who served as a priestess in the temple of Athena. However, she was seduced by Poseidon, the god of sea, and as a punishment, Athena transformed her into a hideous monster with snakes for hair and the power to turn anyone who she looked at into stone. Medusa was eventually killed by the heroes Perseus, who used a mirrored shield to avoid her gaze and beheaded her with a sword. After her death, her head was said to retain its power and it was often used as a weapon against enemies. Another huge sea creature, this time is the Megalodon. It is an extinct species of sharks that lived approximately 2.6 million years ago during the Cenozoic era. It is known for being one of the most largest and most powerful predators to ever exist on Earth, with a size estimated to be up to 60 feet in length and a weight up to 60 tons. Can you even imagine such a huge animal? His enormous size and powerful jaws made him a vicious predator, capable of hunting and devouring even the largest aqua animals at the time. It is believed to have fed primarily on whales and other large sea creatures. He disappears from the fossil records around 2.6 million years ago for reasons that are still not fully understood. Some scientists believe that a combination of changing oceanic temperatures and decline in food sources may have led to its extinction, while others suggest that competition with other large predators or disease may play a role in his extinction. Some people think that these sharks still swim in the ocean, although no solid evidence indicates its existence. In folklore, a mermaid is an aquatic creature with the head and upper body of a female human and the tail of a fish. The male counterpart of a mermaid is a merman, which is also believed to exist. The legend of the mermaids dates back thousands of years, with stories of these creatures appearing in folklore of many countries around the world. In some stories, mermaids are depicted as benevolent creatures who help sailors or offer their protection to humans who are in danger at the sea. In other stories, they are portrayed as dangerous creatures who lure sailors to their deaths with their beauty and singing. The story of the mythological creature Minotaur goes like this. It is a creature with the head of a bull and the body of a man. According to the legend, the Minotaur was born as a result of the queen of Crete, Pasiphae, falling in love with a bull sent by the god Poseidon. The Minotaur was then confined to the labyrinth, a maze-like structure designed by the master craftsman Daedalus, located on the island of Crete. The Minotaur was also known for its ferocity and strength. It was said to feed on human flesh, and as a result, King of Minos of Crete demanded that 7 Athenian youths and 7 maids be sent to the labyrinth every 9 years as a tribute to the creature. These young people would be left alone to wander the labyrinth until they were eventually hunted down and devoured by the Minotaur. Theseus eventually put an end to the terror of the Minotaur. He volunteered to be one of the youths sent to the labyrinth, and with the help of Ardian, the daughter of King Minos, he was able to navigate to the maze and defeat the Minotaur with his sword. Moby Dick is a popular novel from the 20th century. It spawns a story about a huge whale. Moby Dick is depicted as a giant white whale that is unusually large and powerful, with a reputation for attacking and destroying whaling ships. The character of Moby Dick is said to have been inspired by a real-life albino whale known as Mochat, which was known to attack whaling ships off the coast of South America in the early 19th century. Moby Dick is also described as having an aggressive nature. Mothman is a legendary creature that is said to inhabit the area of surrounding Point Pleasant, West Virginia. The creature is said to have a wingspan of 10 to 15 feet and glowing red eyes. The legend of the Mothman first gained widespread attention in the 1960s, where a series of sightings were reported in and around the Point Pleasant area. Witnesses claim to have seen a creature flying through the air, landing on tree branches and standing on the ground. Mothman has been widely covered in the popular press, some claiming he was connected with UFOs and others claiming that the military storage site was Mothman's home. Despite the many reported sightings, there is no scientific evidence to support the existence of him. Mummies are preserved remains of a human or animal body. Mummification has been practiced in many cultures around the world, with some of the most famous examples coming from ancient Egypt. In ancient Egypt mythology, the god Osiris was believed to have mummified after his death and then was able to come back to life and rule the underworld. The goddess Isis was also associated with mummification and was believed to have used her powers to bring back her husband back to life. In other cultures, mummification is associated with curses or supernatural powers, with some legends suggesting that mummies can come back to life and seek revenge on those who disturb their tombs. While there is no scientific evidence to support the idea of mummies as supernatural beings, the practice of mummification has played an important role in mythology and folklore in many cultures around the world. One of my favorite movies as a child was definitely Shrek, and as Shrek was an ogre, let's talk about his race some more. Ogres are mythical creatures that are typically depicted as large, powerful and frightening human-like beings with brutish appearances. They're often portrayed as having large, muscular bodies with long arms and legs and a huge head. Ogres are typically seen as violent and aggressive, with a reputation of being cannibalistic and eating humans and other creatures. Yeah, they are a bit more on the wild side if we see how they are depicted in the European folklore. In many stories and legends, ogres are often depicted as solitary creatures who live in remote areas such as forests, swamps or caves. They are often portrayed as stupid and slow-witted, but also cunning and dangerous. Orcs are mythical race of human-like creatures that are commonly found in fantasy literatures and games, most popularly in Lord of the Rings. They are typically portrayed as brutish and aggressive, with a grey or green skin color and a muscular build. Orcs are often depicted as having large, sharp teeth and prominent tusks or horns. In Lord of the Rings, orcs were created by the evil Vala Melkor, later known as Morgoth, as a twisted and corrupted version of the elves. They are depicted as being fiercely loyal to their masters and often use their foot soldiers in battle against other races such as humans, dwarves and elves. In some other works, like in the game Warcraft, orcs are often portrayed as a more sympathetic race with their own culture and values. Pegasus is a mythical creature from the Greek mythology, often depicted as a winged, divine stallion, usually pure white color. According to the legend, Pegasus was born from the blood of the Gorgon Medusa when she was killed by the hero Perseus. Pegasus was said to have been tamed by the hero Bellerophon, who rode him into the battle against the Chimera. In addition to its wings, he could pass between mortal and immortal realms and create springs of water with his hose. When his wings clapped, he would also produce thunder-like noises when he was angry. Pegasus was eventually brought to Olympus by Zeus. There, he was stabled next to the Zeus thunderbolts, and one of his duties included carrying the Zeus thunderbolts. The origin of the phoenix has been attributed to the ancient Egypt by Herodotus and later 19th century scholars, but other scholars think that the Egyptian texts may have been influenced by classical folklore. The phoenix is a mystical bird that is known for its ability to rise from the ashes after its own destruction. According to the legend, the phoenix lived for hundreds of years before igniting itself in flames, only to be reborn from the ashes in a cycle of life, death and rebirth. The phoenix is often depicted as a large, colorful bird with long, curved beak and bright feathers that shimmer in the sunlight. In addition to its ability to reborn from the ashes, the phoenix is also believed to possess powerful healing abilities. Its tears are said to have the power to heal wounds and restore life, and its feathers are used in potions and magical spells. The phoenix is often depicted as a symbol of hope and resilience. We just can't get rid of the sea monsters. A sea serpent or a sea dragon is a type of a dragon sea monster tied to various mythologies, most notably Judeo-Christian, the Leviathan, or Greek, the Hydra. Sea serpents are legendary creatures that are said to inhabit the oceans and other bodies of water around the world. Sea serpents are often portrayed as being able to breathe poison or fire, and in some legends even suggest they are capable of sinking ships. The origins of sea serpent legends are unclear, but they have been a part of folklore and mythologies for centuries now. In many cultures, sea serpents are associated with powerful supernatural forces and are often seen as symbol of danger and mystery. Despite numerous reports of sea serpent sightings throughout the history, there is no concrete evidence to support the existence of these creatures. Some experts believe that many sea serpent sightings can be attributed to misidentification of non-marine animals such as whales or giant squids, while others argue they are purely fictional creatures. Siren Head is a fictional creature that was created in 2018 as a part of a horror story and has since become a popular figure in the internet culture. The first apparent sightings of Siren Head occurred in 1966 when a family on vacation in Arizona desert captured an image of a creature in a graveyard. I mean, a graveyard is a proper great thing to visit with your family on vacation, but let's just ignore that. Siren Head is typically described as a 12-meter tall like human creature with a heavily emaciated, near skeletal-like frame, mummified flesh with a color similar to rusted metal. He also have a pair of sirens, capable of emitting various noises, both natural and man-made. It is often depicted as stalking its victims in remote areas, using its ability to mimic human voices to lure them into traps. Siren Head is also said to be able to emit high-frequency sounds that can cause intense pain and disorientation in its victims. The creature is also known to be hostile and hunts people as their prey. Although it usually hangs out in rural towns and wooden areas, however, it is heavily implied that the Siren Head has been around since the beginning of mankind, as it appears in cave paintings. In Greek mythology, the sirens were dangerous creatures who lured sailors to the death with their enchanting songs. They were depicted as bird women or mermaids who lived on rocky islands and sang to passing ships, causing them to crash on the rocks and drown. The sirens were said to have beautiful voices that were impossible to resist, and many sailors were drawn to their islands by the sound of their songs. Some myths say that the sirens were able to prophesy the future, and others say they were cursed to lure sailors to their death as a punishment for their vanity. The most famous story involving the sirens is of Odysseus, who was warned about the dangers by the sorceress Circe. He had his men plug their ears so they could not hear the songs of the sirens, but he tied himself to a mast of a ship so that he could hear the songs without being able to steer the ship towards the island. Slenderman was covered in a previous video about disturbing bosses and enemies, but let's talk some more about him. The Slenderman is a fictional creature that originated as an internet meme in 2009. It is depicted as a tall, thin figure with featureless white face, slender arms and legs. The Slenderman is usually portrayed wearing a black suit and a tie, and it's said to have the ability to stretch his limbs to unnatural lengths. The origins of the Slenderman are unclear, but it is believed to have been created as a part of a conquest on the site called Something Awful Forums. The character quickly became popular on the internet and has since been the subject of numerous works of fictions, including short stories, films, and video games. In many depictions, the Slenderman is portrayed as a vicious entity that preys on children and adults. It is said to have the ability to cause memory loss, hallucinations, and even death. The Slenderman is often depicted as stalking his victims in the woods or other isolated locations, and is said to be able to teleport and manipulate objects. The Sphinx is a mythical creature from Greek and Egyptian mythology. It is typically depicted as a creature with the body of a lion and the head of a human, although some depictions show it with the head of a ram or even a falcon. The Sphinx is said to have the wings of a bird and in some legends even a serpent's tail. In Greek mythology, the Sphinx is known for guarding the city of Thebes and posing a riddle to anyone who attempts to pass by it. One of the riddles was, what goes on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? The answer to the riddle was a human being, who crawls on all 4s as a baby, walks on 2 legs as an adult, and uses a cane as an elderly person. Those who could not solve the riddle were said to have been killed and eaten by the Sphinx. In Egyptian mythology, the Sphinx is associated with the god Horus and is often depicted with a pharaoh's headdress. The most famous example of the Egyptian Sphinx is the Great Sphinx of Giza, which has the head of a human and the body of a lion. It is one of the largest and oldest statues in the world, and is believed to have been built during the reign of the pharaoh Khafra in the 26th century BCE. A succubus is a demon found in many legends. It has a female form and it appears in dreams to seduce men, usually throughout fun activities. According to religious traditions, a succubus needs a special thing for men to survive. Repeated activity with a succubus will result in a bond being formed between the succubus and the man, and the succubus cannot dream or harm the man with whom she is having intercourse. The word succubus comes from the Latin word succuber, which means to lie beneath. According to the myth, succubus target typically men while they are sleeping to drive the energy while engaging in funny activities. Some versions of the legend suggest that succubus can get pregnant and even give birth to children who are half human and half demons. Trolls are real beings found all over the internet, coming in various sizes and causing a lot of mayhem. Okay, I'm joking, but the sad part is, this is true. But we are here to talk about fictional trolls. They're typically associated with the Nordic and Scandinavian cultures, where they are said to dwell in caves, forests or mountains. Trolls are known for their brute strength and resilience, often being portrayed as dangerous and violent beings. They are sometimes depicted as having thick, shaggy hair and long noses and horns, and their skin is often covered in scales or fur. In some stories, trolls are said to have magical abilities, such as the power to shapeshift, turn invisible, or create illusions. Unicorns are mythical creatures often depicted as a horse with a single spiraled horn projecting from its forehead. They're also known for their beauty, purity, and magical abilities. It was commonly described as an extremely wild woodland creature that could only be captured by a pure one, and their horn has the ability to purify water and to detect poison. In medieval and Renaissance times, the tusk of a narwhal was sometimes sold as a unicorn horn. The origin of the unicorn myth is uncertain, but the creature has been depicted in art and literature for thousands of years. They are also said to be able to have the ability to teleport and disappear at will. The unicorn continues to have a place in popular culture and it's often used as a symbol of fantasy or rarity. So let's talk about the children of the night. A vampire is a mythical creature that subsists by feeding on the vital essence, generally in form of blood of the living. They're typically portrayed as dark, mysterious and seductive, with supernatural powers and a weakness to sunlight. The origins of the vampire myth can be traced back to ancient cultures, where stories of blood-sucking creatures were common. However, the modern image of the vampire is largely shaped by the Gothic literature and folklore from the 18th and 19th century. The term vampire was popularized in Western Europe of pre-existing folk belief in Southeastern and Eastern Europeans that in some cases resulted in corpses being staked and people being accused of vampirism. A vampire is typically depicted as pale and gaunt, with sharp fangs that they use to puncture the necks of their victims and drink their blood. They are also said to have superhuman strength and speed and the ability to shapeshift into animals or mist, and the power to hypnotize and control humans. Vampires are often associated with the idea of immortality, as they are said to live forever unless killed by a wooden stake through the heart, exposure to sunlight, or other means. They are also said to be vulnerable to garlic, holy water, and crosses. Wendigo is a mythological creature often depicted as a vicious spirit or a cannibalistic monster that dwells in the forests of North America. In some representations it is described that he has a heart of ice, and when he approaches, a sudden chill would appear around the victim. The Wendigo is said to be tall, a emaciated creature with glowing eyes, long fangs and grey skin. It is said to have an insatiable hunger for human flesh, and it's known for its ability to possess humans and drive them into madness. In some traditions, the Wendigo is believed to be a manifestation of cold, harsh winter and is associated with starvation, desperation, and the breaking of taboos. The Wendigo lends its name to a form of psychosis known as the Wendigo psychosis, which is characterized by symptoms such as an intense craving for human flesh and its intense fear of becoming a human flesh eater. In some traditions, humans overpowered by greed could also turn into Wendigos, or by looking too long at such a creature could also transform them into one. Now let's continue with some more nocturnal creatures. Werewolves are mythical creatures that are human by day and transform into wolf or wolf-like beasts by the night, often under the influence of the full moon. The persecution of werewolves and their associated folklore is an integral part of the witch hunt phenomenon. Even if the werewolves are mentioned in the medieval times, the first mentions of such creatures date back to the era before Christ. In many stories, the werewolves are depicted as cursed ones, or infected individuals who could transform into wolves or wolf-like creatures with heightened senses, superhuman strength, and a thirst for blood. Some versions of the myth suggest that the transformation is voluntarily, while others portray it as a non-voluntary, and often the whole process is accompanied by pain. Werewolves are often associated with the idea of the beast within, representation of the struggle between man's civilized nature and his primal animal instincts. They are also associated with the themes of transformation, identity, and the fear of the unknown. Witches are, like some other entries on the list, a really deep subject to dive in. But again, I will give you a general idea about the subject. Witches are mythical or historical figures who are typically depicted as women with supernatural powers, often associated with magic and spellcasting. The image of a witch has evolved throughout the history and has been shaped by cultural, religious, and social beliefs. In traditional folklore, witches were often depicted as old, ugly women who practiced dark magic and made pacts with the devil. In modern times, there are many variations of witches, but witches were believed to be real like some other entries on this list. There were also witch hunts which occurred between the 15th and 18th century. Witches were usually women who were believed to have used vicious magic against their own community and often to have communed with evil beings. European belief in witchcraft gradually dwindled during and after the Age of the Enlightenment. Those accused of witchcraft face brutal trials that often involve torture and forced confessions. Many were then sentenced to death by burning at the stake, which was a way to purify their souls and prevent them from returning as evil spirits. The witch hunts had devastating effects on the society, resulting in death of estimated 50,000 to 100,000 people. Many innocent people were falsely accused and executed, and the fear of witchcraft led to widespread paranoia and social unrest. Wyvern is a type of a big dragon often depicted with a pointed tail which was said to be poison. It is frequently appearing as a mascot in schools, mostly in United States, United Kingdom and Canada. It is a popular creature in European literature, mythology and folklore. The concept of a winged snake, mythical creature similar to wyverns, is common in cultures around the Mediterranean, with a notable example being the Egyptian goddess Wyjet. The oldest creature, outright referred to as a winged dragon, are Helios chariot steeds, which aid in Medea. Wyverns are typically depicted as having long, slender bodies with wings and a long tail. They have sharp claws and teeth, and their scales are said to be hard as steel. Their wings are often depicted as being bat-like, and their tails can sometimes have a stinger at the end. Despite their fearsome reputations, wyverns are sometimes depicted as being loyal and protector of the young. Abominable Snowman is a legendary creature said to inhabit the high mountains of the Himalayas in Nepal, Bhutan and Tibet. It is typically depicted as a large ape-like creature that is covered in white or brown fur and stands between 6 and 8 feet tall. The Yeti is often depicted as having broad shoulders, a strong chest and a powerful build, which allows him to survive in the harsh mountain environment. Its feet are said to be very large and can be used to leave tracks in the snow, which contributed to many sightings and alleged evidence of its existence. The Yeti is also commonly compared to Bigfoot of North America, as those two subjects often have similar physical descriptions. And the last one on this list is very familiar to every horror fan out there. Zombies are undead creatures that are often depicted in popular culture as reanimated corpses that have risen from the dead to feed on the flesh of the living. They are typically portrayed as slow-moving, mindless creatures that are driven only by the desire to consume human flesh. The term comes from the Haitian folklore in which a zombie is a dead body reanimated through various methods, most commonly magic like voodoo. Modern media depictions of the reanimation of the dead often do not involve magic but rather science fictional methods. Zombies are featured widely in Haitian rural folklore as dead persons. They are physically revived by the act of necromancy, of a bokor, a sorcerer or a witch. A zombie remains under the control of the bokor as a personal slave, having no will of its own. The zombie belief has its roots in tradition brought to Haiti by enslaved Africans and their subsequent experiments in the New World. In popular culture, zombies have become a popular subject of movies, TV shows and video games, with many different variations of the classic zombie archetype. The first layer had many creatures you probably knew about. This layer is still considered as a surface level, but still it has some really interesting creatures, and there isn't any better way to start than with Ahol. So he is portrayed as a giant bat, while others claim it was a flying primate. It is a cryptid that originates from Indonesian folklore and is said to inhabit the forests of Java and Sumatra. Now, just to paint you a picture of how huge he really is, his height is 10 feet or 3 meters and he has a wingspan of 28 feet or 8.5 meters. The people who saw the creature also stated to be covered in short dark grey fur, have large black eyes and a monkey-like head. It is said that Alho was a nocturnal creature that preys on small animals and even humans. The creature hides in deep forest or behind waterfalls sometimes. It is said to emit a loud piercing cry that could be heard from great distances, and some locals believe the hearing of the creature is an omen of death. One account of the Ahold occurred in 1925 when a naturalist Dr. Ernest Bartstel was exploring a waterfall on the slopes of the Salic Mountains when a giant unknown bat flew directly over his head. 2 years later, in 1927, around 11:30 p.m., Dr. Ernest encountered the Ahold again. This time he was lying in his bed inside a house in western Java region. Bartel's accounts of the Ahold were passed down to a cryptozoologist, Ivan T. Sanderson, and after much research, Sanderson concluded that the Ahold is a form of an unclassified bat. Sanderson thought that the Ahold could be an oriental form of the giant bat creature he witnessed in Africa. This creature was known by the African natives as the Kongamato, but the natives in Africa describe it more like a reptile creature than a bat-like creature. Also, it may be closely related to the creature called Orang Bati. The next one on the list is Baku. It has a long history in Japanese folklore. It is said to have the ability to devour nightmares. The story behind Baku is somewhat sad. It is said that Baku was created by the spare parts that were left over when the gods finished creating all other animals. An early 17th century Japanese manuscript, the Senkai Ibutsu, described the Baku as a shy Chinese mythical chimera creature with the trunk and tusk of an elephant, the ears of a rhinoceros, the tail of a cow, the body of a bear, and the paws of a tiger, which protected against evil, although eating nightmares was not included among its abilities. Legend said that the Baku will come into a child's room and devour a bad dream, allowing the child to go back to sleep peacefully. However, calling the Baku must not be done sparingly, because if the creature remains hungry after devouring just one dream, he may also devour their hopes and dreams as well, leaving them to live an empty life. In the early 20th century, it was common for Japanese people to keep a Baku talisman at their bedside. The Bunyip is a creature from the Aboriginal mythology of southeastern Australia, said to lurk swamps, creeks, riverbeds, and waterholes. Its description can vary. He is often depicted as a large creature with a head like a dog or a horse, a long neck, and a body resembling of a hippopotamus or a crocodile. The word Bunyip is usually translated by the Aboriginal Australians today as a devil or a evil spirit. It is an aggressive creature that stands its ground and doesn't like intruders in their territory. They also could emit a loud, eerie cry that can be heard from great distances, as the Aboriginal tribes believe that hearing the cry of a Bunyip is an omen of impending danger. The exact origins of the Bunyip legend are unclear, but it is thought to have been passed down through generations of Aboriginal communities for centuries. Some experts speculate that the legend may have been inspired by seeing real-life animals like seals, otters, or even large snakes or lizards. There have been many attempts to understand and explain the origins of this creature as a physical entity over the last 150 years. In July of 1845, the G-Log advertiser described the Bunyip in great detail. It was also the first record to use the term Bunyip. Also, one interesting legend goes like this. A man named Bunyip broke the rainbow serpent's greatest law by eating his totem animal. Banished by the spirit of Piami, the man became an evil spirit that lured tribesmen and their livestock into the water so he could eat them. Champ at first glance resembles Nessie, but after further research, the appearance of the champ also matches the description of Loch Ness Monster. But this legendary creature found its home in the Lake Champlain, a large freshwater lake located on the border of United States and Canada. There were over 300 sightings of this creature over the years. The first sighting was recorded in the 19th century. In 1883, Sheriff Nathan Monet claimed that he had seen a water serpent about 20 rods or 110 yards in length from where he was ashore. He claimed that he was so close that he could see the round white spot in its mouth, and the creature appeared about 25 to 30 feet in length. Money's sighting led to many more alleged eyewitnesses coming forward with their own accounts of the champ. In 1977, Sandra Mansi took a photograph while on vacation with her family that appears to show a dinosaur with its head out of the lake. The entire bay of the lake where the photograph reportedly was taken is no deeper than 14 feet or 0.3 meters. According to Joe Nickel, it is highly unlikely that a giant creature could swim, let alone hide in such shallow water. It has been suggested that the object in the photograph could be a rising tree trunk or a log. Dower Demon is a demon that haunts in Dover, United States. The first reportings of this creature were on April 21 and April 22, 1977. The two witnesses were 17 and 15 at the time, and they both reported seeing a large-eyed creature with 10 drill-like fingers and glowing eyes on the top of a broken stone wall on Farm Street in Dover. The teenagers all drew the sketch of the alleged creature, and one of the teenagers wrote on his sketch, "I, Bill Bartlett, swear on the stack of Bibles that I saw this creature." The Dover demon had widespread attention at the time, but the police claimed that the demon was mistaken for a baby elk. As we saw in the previous layer, Greek mythology hides many divine and scary beasts. Echidna was the mate of the fearsome monster Typhon and the mother of many of the most famous monsters from Greek mythology. She is described as a beautiful woman with a body of a snake. Echidna was believed to have lived in a cave in the mountains of Cilicia, where she would lure unsuspecting travelers to their doom. According to some versions of the myth, she was like a sphinx. She would frequently ask her victims riddles, and those who could not answer the riddles would be devoured. Some of her offspring are the Hydra and the Chimera. She is portrayed as a mother which is very protective of her offspring and very aggressive. Despite its aggressive nature, she was said to be a goddess of childbirth and fertility, and was worshipped by women seeking to conceive or to ensure the health of the unborn child. In the Greek mythology, the fourth labor of Hercules was to bring the Erymanthean boar alive to Eurystheus in Mycenae. It was said that the boar was sent from the goddess Hera to kill the hero Hercules, but the hero Hercules was able to capture the boar alive by chasing it into a deep snow and trapping it under a net. The boar was also said to have terrorized the countryside, destroying crops and killing livestock. In the stories, the boar is depicted as a fierce and powerful creature with razor-sharp tusk and a muscular body. It is depicted as a deadly and elusive prey made very popular amongst hunters and warriors in ancient Greece to prove their hunting skills and to capture the beast. This is a creepypasta about the eyeless Jack. This will be a bit disturbing, just to warn you. To describe how eyeless Jack looks, I will use a quote from Mitch, a character from the story. "I was staring face to face with a creature with a black hoodie and a dark blue mask, with no nose nor mouth, staring down at me. The thing that scared me the most was that it had no eyes, just empty black sockets. The creature is also said to have black substance dripping from its eye sockets." According to the creepypasta, the eyeless Jack is a supernatural creature that was created when a boy named Jack was attacked and mutilated by a group of bullies. After he was left for dead, Jack's body was weak and then possessed by an evil spirit, which transformed him into Eyeless Jack. He is also an aggressive entity that has the tendency to take a kidney of the victim as a prize. This one is interesting. We talked about what mermaids are, but this one is about the Fiji mermaid. The difference to the last entry we already talked about is that the Fiji mermaid actually exists. Apparently, the Fiji mermaid was represented as a mummified body of a creature that was supposedly half mammal and half fish, a version of a traditional mermaid. The Fiji mermaid became a popular attraction in the mid-1800s, where it was exhibited by showsmen such as P.T. Barnum and Moses Kimball. Some people believe that the creature was a genuine mermaid, while others recognize it as a hoax. The origin of the mermaid is uncertain, but it's believed to have been created by combining the upper body of a monkey with the tail of a fish. The creature was then preserved by using taxidermy techniques and presented to the public as a real mermaid. The story of the Flatwood monster begins in the town of Yeah, Flatwoods, in the Braxton County, West Virginia, United States, on September 12, 1952, after a bright object crossed the night sky. It is said to be a human figure with dark metallic body, glowing eyes, and over 7 feet tall, and to have a head shaped like an ace of spades. The story goes something like this. The two brothers, Edward and Fred May, and their friend Tommy Hare, said that they had saw a bright object cross the sky and land on a property of the local farmer. The two boys went to the home of the Kathleen May, where they told their story. May, accompanied by the three boys, local children Neil Nunley and Ronnie Shaver, and the West Virginia National Guardsman Eugene Lemon, went to the Fisher farm in effort to locate whatever it was that the boys saw and were afraid of. The group reached the top of the hill, where the Nunley said they saw a pulsing red light. The National Guardsman Lemon said he aimed his flashlight in one direction and momentarily saw a man-like figure with a round red face surrounded by a pointy hood-like shape. This story was huge. It was even carried through the newspaper to the whole county, radio broadcast, and even few networks. The national press even rated this story the number 11 for the year, and the minister of Brooklyn came to question the May family. Over 50 years later, some investigators stated that they believed the light was a meteor, but again the witnesses stated that it was a large monster. So there you have it. And also, this creature was featured in Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Let's talk about this creature that resembles the Faust from the Greek mythology. But this is the Goatman found in America. To be more precise, in the woods of Prince George's County, Maryland, United States. The story of the Goatman story originated in the early 1970s, but some of the legends are set in the 1950s. After animals started to turn up dead in the area, people started to believe it was the Goatman's fault. There are a few different stories about this creature and its origin, but the most interesting I found was about the scientists who work at the Beltsville Agricultural Research Center. In this version, an experiment on goats backfires and the scientist mutates into a half-man, half-goat creature who aggressively started to attacking cars and victims in Beltsville, Maryland. I am not sure what type of the research they were doing, but your guess is good as mine. Harpies originate from the Greek and Roman mythology. They are depicted as half human and half birds. They are also portrayed as very ugly creatures which are greedy and gluttonous, stealing food from their prey. They are said to live in remote areas like cliffs, mountains, and are said to guard the treasures of the gods. In Greek mythology there is a story in which the harpies play a part. The king Phineus of Thrace was given a gift of prophecy by Zeus. Giving away the god's secret plan, Zeus punished him by blinding him and putting him on an island with a buffet of food that he could never eat, because the harpies always arrived to steal his food out of his hands before he could satisfy his hunger. Remember Jeff the Killer from the last video? Well, let me introduce you to Jane the Killer, a spin-off of the popular creepypasta. The story of Jane goes something like this. One day she witnesses that Jeff and his brother being attacked by thugs, and Jeff defended his brother, but the police took Jeff's brother in instead of him. Jane witnesses all that through her window. Jane also noticed that Jeff had a sadistic smile the whole day after beating the thugs up. A few days later, Jane witnesses how Jeff was attacked by the same thugs. Suddenly she wakes up in a hospital with other children. She then told the story of how Jeff and his brother were first attacked by the thugs and that Jeff only wanted to protect his brother. After 2 days, Jane is discharged from the hospital. Upon returning to the school, Jane earned a reputation for her actions and was approached by many students. To escalate this situation and to keep the story short, one day Jeff captured Jane and killed her parents and her friends, as well as Jeff's own family. Jane was later burned alive by Jeff, as well as her house. And Jane did survive, but she was severely deformed. She wakes up in a hospital and finds a gift from Jeff. It contained a wicked white mask with a black dress and a knife. Jane took the mask and she swore vengeance and set to find and kill Jeff for what he did. Like the blob creature, Yule is also an unknown sound recorded on March 1999 by the NOAA on the Eastern Equatorial Pacific Autonomous Hydrophone Array. Yule is thought to have originated between Bransfield Straits and Cape Adare. Misinformation spread online claims pictures were taken from NASA's Apollo 33A5 that show a large shadow in the water at the time of the sound was recorded. These apparent classified pictures show an unknown shadowy thing that is 2 times larger than the Empire State Building. However, NASA stated that such pictures don't exist and their work is mostly unclassified. But I leave it to you to decide if this creature is true or not, and even if you wanna believe there is a sea creature that is 2 times larger than the Empire State Building. Some researchers have suggested that the sound may be caused by the modulation of the magnetic field by these particles, while others have proposed that it may be the result of atmospheric processes. Kappa, or the river boy, is a disturbing creature you encounter in the game Animal Crossing, if you remember. But why disturbing? What is the history behind this creature? So let me clear you up. Kappa can be harmful when they are not respected. They are typically depicted as green human-like beings with webbed hands and feet and turtle-like shield on their back. The kappa is sometimes said to smell like fish and they can swim like one. Now comes the disturbing part. So they are usually seen around the bodies of water, often looking for a woman to capture and rear. They are also said to prone to kidnap animals and even small children, mostly because they would eat them up. They are usually found in a group when they're young, but when they grow up they would live a solitary life. The favorite food of this creature is a cucumber. Also, cucumber-filled sushi roll is known as kappamaki. But not all kappa are like this, some even befriend humans. They are obsessed with politeness, so if a person makes a bow, it will return the gesture. They would even help befriended humans to not drown and help farmers by fishing, which is considered luck. They also have a deep knowledge about the human body and medicine and would often even share it with their befriended human. So let's continue with another water creature. A kelpie, or a water kelpie, is a shape-shifting spirit inhabiting lakes in Scottish folklore. It is usually described as a black horse-like creature able to adopt human form. Some accounts state that the kelpie retains its host when appearing as a human, leading to its association with the Christian idea of Satan. Kelpies are said to be able to shapeshift into a human form, often appearing as a handsome man or a beautiful woman, to lure unexpected victims into the water. Once a victim is in the water, the kelpie would retrieve back to its horse-like form and drag the victim down into the depths and drowning them. They have few weaknesses like a silver bullet, the sight of a cross, and they hate the sound of church bells. The origin of the kelpie, according to Derek Kate Whitley, the association with horses may have its roots in the horse sacrifices performed in ancient Scandinavia. Stories of water spirits served as a practical purpose of keeping away children away from areas of water and warning adolescent women to be wary of attracting young strangers. The stories was also used to enforce moral standards, as they implied that the creature took retribution for bad behavior carried on Sundays. Let's talk about the Japanese folklore some more. Kitsune are foxes that possess paranormal abilities that increase as they get older and wiser. Like the previous creature, the kitsune has the ability to shapeshift even into a human. A kitsune with one tail is considered young and inexperienced, while a kitsune with 9 tails is considered powerful and wise, and it's also considered to be older than 100 years. Kitsunes are cunning and intelligent creatures. They are often depicted as tricksters who enjoy playing pranks on humans. However, kitsune can also be kind and helpful to humans and are sometimes portrayed as protectors or guides. Kitsune also use magic for the benefit of their companion or host, as long as the humans treat them with respect. As a yokai, kitsune do not share human morality, and a kitsune who is adopted in a house would bring the host money and items that he stole from neighbors. Another creepypasta, this is about a character called Laughing Jack. He's a sinister supernatural clown, often posing as an imaginary friend to his victims. He also likes to gut people alive and usually replace their organs, and I'm not kidding with you, with candy. Laughing Jack is depicted as a tall, thin figure with white skin and black hair. He wears a Harley Quinn style outfit with a red and white striped shirt, black pants and suspenders. He is also extremely intelligent and manipulative cheater, as he tricks lonely children to think he is their friend. Then he kills them, stuffs them with candy and traps their souls for eternity. Created by a guardian angel, Laughing Jack was initially a colorful jack-in-the-box whose personality reflected the personality of his owner. He was sent as a Christmas present to a lonely boy named Isaac Grossman in the 1800s. Meanwhile, Isaac grew up to become a cold-hearted serial killer who liked to kidnap and torture and murder several innocent neighborhood residents. Although horrified at first, Laughing Jack's personality emulated Isaac's evil personality. One day, Laughing Jack was accidentally released from the box and he appeared to be a tall, dark and demonic version of himself. Resentful of his treacherous owner, he tortured and killed Isaac with the same weapons he used on his victims. So let's talk about the lowland frogman in Ohio folklore. I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but this creature is really terrifying. You ask why? The frog creature is pretty big, at least for a frog. The creature is described as a human amphibian creature that is about 4 feet or 1.2 meters tall, with leathery skin, webbed hands and feet and glowing red eyes. Can you even imagine being chased by such a thing in the dark? According to the reports, it has been spotted several times near the Little Miami River, which flows through the area. The frogman gained some attention back in the day. The creature was first seen in 1972 when a policeman officer reported to a colleague that he saw an animal matching the description of the frogman. Apparently, the creature crossed the police car at night and it was illuminated by the lights, and the officer described a crouching figure that resembles a frog. After a reported sightings in 2016, the second officer called the news station to report he had shot and killed the same creature some weeks after the 1972 incident, and he identified the creature as a large iguana that was missing its tail. The manticore is a creature similar to the Egyptian sphinx we already talked about. It found its place in many folklores, from Greek, Persian, Indian and also African. The Greek mythology says that the manticore is a rare creature like the chimera. The ultimate source of the manticore was Theseus, a Greek physicist of the Persian court during the Achaemenid dynasty, and it's based on the testimonies of the Persian-speaking informants who have traveled to India. Theseus himself wrote that the manticora was its name in Persian, which translated into Greek as Androphagan, meaning man-eater. It has a head of a human, the body of a lion and a scorpion-like tail with red fur. It has 3 rows of teeth and claws like a lion. Also, his sting is instantly fatal. The sting could be also fired in any direction, making the manticore a deadly beast. The only immune creature to the poison was an elephant. The manticore would overcome every beast except a rear lion. Now let me take you back to the Republic of Congo, where in 1929 the cryptid, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing this wrong like many other names in the list, but the creature is called like Mokele Mbembe or something like this. He was seen by a German colonial officer called Ludwig Freier von Stein zum Lauschnitz. Say that 3 times fast. I dare you. He led the Likwala Congo expedition, but he was the part of the German colony of Cameroon. Stein was forced to turn back on the Sanga River due to the outbreak of the First World War in 1914, and his account of the zoological and botanical side of the expedition was therefore never published. However, he did send some unpublished data to the German writer and naturalist Wilhelm Bolsche, who was then working on the study of dragons, to be more precise, Drachen, Sage und Naturwissenschaft, 1929, in which he argues that some legends may have been inspired by the historical survival of dinosaurs and other prehistoric reptilians. In the early to mid 20th century, the entity would become a point of focus Adherents of the pseudoscience and cryptology lovers. Apparently there was many more sightings of this creature over the years, but the existence of this creature is highly questioned since its publication. As YouTube was pretty strict regarding this topic, I will only use blurred pictures and let your imagination go wild. After all, you can Google the image if you want, but disturbing content ahead, okay? She is an internet urban legend originated in 2018. She appears to be a young woman with black hair, huge bulging eyes and a huge mouth with a big smile, and she appears to only have 2 bird legs. It was reported that children and teens were being harassed by the username you saw on the screen to perform a series of dangerous tasks including violent attacks, harming others and suicide. Often the people would get connected with this creature over the WhatsApp and even receive very disturbing images and videos, which left many kids screaming and in panic. This creature would also suddenly appear in the kids section of YouTube Kids, in shows like Peppa Pig and so on. Originally she was created by the Keisuke Aso Asawa. Aso created the sculpture in the summer of 2016 and he named the sculpture Geisha Bird or Tiger Bird, and he publicly said that he was not involved and did not promote the things that the creature was standing for, and even later he destroyed his sculpture. And the only left thing of this creature is apparently his eye. The Mongolian death worm's native name is Olgoi Korkol, which means infested worm, to its red blood color and size. Under the Soviet Union until 1990, very little was known about the death worm in the West. The creature first came to Western attention as a result of a Roy Champman Andrews 1926 book of On the Trail of an Ancient Man. It has been described by many to be from 2 feet to 7 feet long. He also has the ability to spit corrosive yellow salvia and even generates blasts of electricity. However, this power is told by the folklores by the nomads of the Gobi. The worm would be usually in deep sand. When it rise and got attacked, it would then start to inflate until it explodes, releasing a little poison all over the unfortunate victim. The poison is so venomous that the victim dies instantly. Livestock and humans are supposed to be their main prey. Again, we are looking at Hercules and his labors. Now to be more specific, the Nemean lion. This lion was special because of its golden fur, which acted as a shield, and that's why mortal people could not kill him. Its claws were sharper than mortal swords and it could destroy strong armor. The lion was said to leave the cave near the city of Nima. Hercules first tried to kill the lion with arrows, but they were useless against its height. Then he used a club to stun the lion and then strangle it to death with his bare hands. Afterward, he used the lion's own claw to skin it, creating a new garment that would later become the symbol of his heroic status. Let me take you to Okanagan Lake in British Columbia, Canada. The lake monster Ogopogo has allegedly seen by First Nations people since the 19th century. Susan Ellison 1872 sightseeing was the first detailed Ogopogo account from a white settler. She was the first non-native person to live in the region and establish a relationship with the native people. The name Ogopogo is believed to come from a song sung by the indigenous people of the area, which describes a lake monster as a great beast or a terrifying roar. The lake monster has been described as being a serpent-like creature with smooth dark skin and a large body thicker than a telephone pole and being up to 50 feet in length. It is also said that the monster moves with incredible speed. There were many sightings over the years. Even two scientists have agreed to analyze the remains of a mysterious-looking specimen found along the shore of the Okanagan Lake. But there isn't any progress made if this creature truly exists. From Canada we jump to Japan to talk about Oni, which is kind of a yokai in the Japanese folklore, a demon ogre-like creature that is mostly known for its fierce and evil nature manifested in propensity for murder and cannibalism. Oni possesses complex aspects that cannot be brushed away as simply as evil. In appearance, they are typically portrayed as hulking figures with one or two horns growing out of their head. They are creatures that put fear and a feeling of danger in the people because of its grotesque outward appearance and their wild and sometimes strange behavior. Oni would often possess a club and wear a tiger skin pelt. Some scholars have argued that one of these entities is a concept in the Buddhist mythology. Oni is a dangerous creature that brings calamity to the land, war, plague, illness, earthquakes and eclipses. The most disturbing part is his massive appetite for human flesh, which he can even eat up a whole person in one gulp. Oni are capable to transform into both male and female forms at will, and can change the grotesque form to a handsome man so they can get the trust of their victim. The roc is an enormous legendary bird in the popular mythology of the Middle East, particularly in Arab and Persian tales. The most notable feature of the bird is his wingspan of up to 50 feet, with letters that are hard as iron. It is also said to live in remote mountain ranges and build these nets on inaccessible cliffs. In some other stories, the roc is also said to possess magical powers, including the ability to speak to humans and control the winds. It is sometimes associated with the story of Sinbad the Sailor, in which the hero was carried away by the roc. In the 17th century, the scientific culture of the 19th century introduced some scientific rationalizations for the myths of the origin, by suggesting that the origin of this myth of the roc might lie in embellishments that often witnessed powers of the eagle that could carry away a newborn lamb. Another possible origin of the myth is the accounts of eggs of another extinct elephant bird, haunted by extinction by the 16th century, that was 3 meters tall and flightless. The SCP is a huge rabbit hole to dive in, because the entry refers to SCP-173 and every other SCP. I will only talk generally about the SCP to give you an idea about the subject. Are you ready? Now, SCP stands for Secure, Contain, Protect, and it refers to a collaborative creative writing project and online community centered around fictional organizations known as the SCP Foundation. So the writers create SCP files that describe paranormal objects, creatures, or phenomena that pose a threat to the human race. The SCP Foundation is depicted as a secret organization tasked with containing and studying those anomalies to prevent harm to the public and learn more about the unknown. Each SCP is given a number and a classification based on its level of danger and difficulty of containment and other factors. The SCP Foundation is depicted as having vast resources and advanced technology, allowing it to safely contain and study even the most dangerous anomalies. So it's basically a Wikipedia, and I would recommend you to check out this in depth because you won't be disappointed, trust me. Skinwalker is a type of witch or a sorcerer in the Navajo traditions. This witch practices black magic and derives the name Skinwalker from their shape-shifting powers. The Navajo people would learn about medicine and how to help people. In order to practice their good works, traditional healers learn about both good and evil magic. Most of them can handle their responsibility, but some people can become corrupt and choose to become witches. Skinwalkers are often depicted as dangerous beings who use their power to harm others. They are said to have the ability to enter people's home undetected and to cast spells and curses on their victim. They are also believed to be able to control the minds of animals and to manipulate the natural world to achieve their aims. The Navajo people believe that the skinwalkers are individuals who have broken a cultural taboo, such as killing a family member, and have gained supernatural powers as a result. They are believed to be able to assume the form of any animal and possess great strength and agility. The creature skunk ape is a Bigfoot-like creature. The skunk ape is found in Florida's swamplands, and that's why also is called the Florida's Bigfoot. The difference is this is quite smaller to the original one. It's around 5 to 7 feet or 1.5 to 2.1 meters tall. with brown reddish fur. The skunk ape has been recorded as appearing in Florida, Georgia and Alabama folklore since European settlers first occupied the region. In 1818, the local newspaper reported a story of a man-sized monkey raiding food stores and stalking fishermen along its shore. Also, in 1929, a sight scene occurred at a famous and then recently constructed Cherokee Bat Tower in the Florida Keys. Witnesses reported that the unknown ape-like beast was drawn to the construction site. After inspecting the bat tower, the creature shook the tower, driving off the bats that were on the tower before running away into the woods, which sounds totally random, but okay. Various theories have proposed to explain the origin of the skunk ape, including the possibility that it is a surviving relic of the prehistoric ape. This creepypasta takes us back to the story of 2003 in North America. The rake is a strange, human-like creature that sparked brief local media interest before an apparent blackout was enacted. Later on, no information was left intact, as most online and writer accounts of the creature were mysteriously destroyed. In appearance, it's about 6 feet tall, but it usually crouches and walks on all fours. It has a very pale skin, the face is a blank, and it has no nose and no mouth. The rake is often associated with sleep paralysis and other paranormal phenomena, and it's said to have the ability to cause terror and madness in those who encounter it. It is often depicted as a being that is able to move quickly and silently, having a chilling outerworldly presence. The creepypasta is split into the notes, with various people writing down their encounters with the creature, and one of them goes like this. For once I woke and I felt his presence, and once I woke I saw his form. Once again I woke and I heard his voice. I looked him in his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I could not ever wake. Goodbye. The Thunderbird is a legendary creature in North America, indigenous people, history and culture. It is considered a supernatural being of power and strength, specifically amongst the Pacific Northwest people. The Thunderbird is considered to be a supernatural being with immense power and often associated with thunderstorms and lightning. According to the legend, the flapping of the wings can create thunder and the flash of its eyes can create lightning. Algonquian mythology, the Thunderbird controls the upper world, while the underworld is governed by the underwater pantheon or by the great horned serpent. Thunderbirds also punish humans who break moral rules. Now let's talk about one of the deadliest creatures in the Greek mythology. Typhon is a mysterious creature from the Greek mythology. He is described as a giant with 100 dragons' heads from its leg, wings that could create powerful winds, and a body covered in scales and serpent coils. Typhon was described as a terrible, outrageous, and lawless, immensely powerful, and on his shoulders were 100 snake heads. Typhon's story is also connected with that of the Python, the serpent who killed Apollo. But the most depressing thing about Typhon is his attempt to overthrow Zeus for the supremacy of the cosmos. The two fought a cataclysmic battle which Zeus finally won, with the aid of his thunderbolts. The defeated Typhon was cast into the Tartarus, or buried underneath the Mount Etna. Typhon was also apparently struck by Zeus' thunderbolt and burned alive. Oh, another strange noise from the ocean. How lovely is that? The sound was called upsweep. The sound was present when the Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory began recording its sounds surveillance system in August 1991. The sound appears to be seasonal, generally reaching peaks in spring and autumn, but it's unclear whether this is due to changes in the sources or seasonal changes of the propagation environment. The source can be roughly located between New Zealand and South America. Scientists or researchers of the NOAA speculate that the sound could be an underwater volcanic activity, and it sounds like a perfect fit for an ambient music for a horror game in my opinion. Werewolves are depicted in few folklore around the world, and it has some similarities with the werewolves. Now, depending on the folklore, the creature can be half human, half cat, tiger, lion, or even a jaguar. There are claims that werecats truly exist and have an origin in supernatural or religious realities that have been common for centuries, with this belief often being hard to entirely separate from folklore. In the 19th century, the occultist J.C. Street asserted that material cat and dog transformation could be produced by manipulating the ethereal fluid that human bodies are supposedly floating in. The Catholic witch hunting manual, the Malleus Maleficarum, claims that witches can turn into cats, but their transformations are illusions created by demons. The woolly mammoth is an extinct relative of the elephant that lived in North America and Europe during the Pleistocene epoch until about 1700 BC. They were smaller than the average mammoths due to the limited food supplies. Woolly mammoths were about 9 to 11 feet tall and covered in shaggy fur. They had great curving tusks that they used for sweeping snow off the ground so they can eat, and possibly for fighting. Similar to the modern elephants, they were able to survive in harsh environments due to their ability to extract nutrients from low-quality vegetation and their ability to store fat reserves in their humps. Woolly mammoths are believed to have gone extinct due to the combination of climate change and human hunting, but there is a way to bring this creature back. Apparently, because of the frozen mammoths that can be found in Alaska and Canada, they can access the DNA. Some believe that this could lead that the mammoth will be brought back to life by impregnating a normal elephant or cloning it even. But let's jump to the warm Australia, where we encounter the creature Yowie. The creature has its roots in Aboriginal oral history. The Yowie is usually described as a hairy ape-like creature standing upright between 6 to 12 feet tall or 2.1 to 3.6 meters. The Yowie's feet are described as much larger than a human's, but allegedly Yowie tracks are inconsistent in shape and the number of his toes. There have been numerous reportings of the Yowie over the years. In 1987, the column The Sydney Morning Herald columnist Margaret Jones wrote that the first Australian Yowie sightseeing was said to have taken place in early 1795. And the last entry on this tier is Yuki Onna, or Snow Woman, is a spirit or a yokai in the Japanese folklore that is often depicted in Japanese literature, films or animations. Yuki Onna originates from the folklore of the olden times. She is described as a beautiful woman with long black hair, dressed in a white kimono or yukata, but other legends describe her as nude with only her face and hair standing out against the snow. Despite her inhuman beauty, her eyes can strike terror in the mortals. She floats across the snow, leaving no footprints, and can transform into a cloud of mist or snow if threatened. She is able to control the weather and create blizzards, and her presence is often accompanied by a sudden drop in temperature. In some versions of the legend, Yuki Onna is a vengeful spirit who preys on the lost, stranded travelers, freezing them to death in the snow. But in some other versions, she is depicted more a kind spirit, who may spare a traveler's life if they treat her with respect and kindness. So let's start this tier the right way. Do you know about the alkali lake monster found in the depths of Nebraska's Alkali Lake? So let's see what awaits us in the depth of this lake. The lake is the home of the Alkali Lake monster, which is described as a 40-foot-long alligator-like creature with rough, grayish-brown skin and a horn-like appendage located between its eyes and nostril. Reports of the Alkali Lake monster started in the August of 1921, and the first written account of this monster appeared in 1922 in the 1922 printing of the Hay Spring News. The second written report appeared in 1923. According to this report, a man named J.A. Johnson claimed that he and two friends saw this creature while camping on the shore of the Alkali Lake. Three men reported they saw a creature from a distance, allegedly 60 feet long, looking like an alligator and It has rhinoceros-like horn. Some researchers of the Alkali Lake monster have suggested the creature was nothing more than a hoax. They state that at the time of this creature first started to appear in the Hay Spring News, it was published by the man of the name John J. Meyer, who reportedly has some love for hoaxes, while others claim that the creature might be a completely unknown species or a surviving member of a prehistoric group of animals. Like we saw on the last two layers, the Greek mythology is just fascinating with its creatures and stories. The second entry is about the Ant-Man. The story goes like this. After a devastating plague that killed off the entire population of the island called Aegina, the governing king begged his father, other known as Zeus, to repopulate his kingdom with ants. This created an army of fierce and eager warriors that took directions from and remained loyal to the king. The king's son, Peleus, take a group of these human-sized insects to the Greek city of Thessaly. The son of Pius even led this group of fearsome warriors to battle in the legendary Trojan War. They could carry and use 4 weapons at a time and use their large red eyes to see from all directions at once. They could easily crush a human soldier's skull with their huge powerful jaws. Just like ants, they were extremely organized and had no fear of death. Given the order, they would rush and eagerly enter any battle and wouldn't take any prisoners. The next entry is about Asi the Haka, one of the most horrific monsters in all of Middle Eastern mythology. Created by an evil god, this 3-headed dragon terrorized the people in the land called Persia. Some people in the region think that Asi is still around, waiting for its chance to bring even more destruction to the world. The story of Asi the Haka begins to emerge about 2600 years ago. In one story, Asi the Haka was sent to swallow the sun, so all life on earth would perish. The monster was stopped by the fire god, Atar, and chained to the mountain Demavend near the Caspian Sea. In Persian mythology, Asi the Haka is eventually defeated by the hero Feridun, who is aided by the god Ahura Mazda. Feridun defeats Asi the Haka in a fierce battle and seals him away, restoring peace to the land. Let's talk about the demonic entity that originates from English folklore, none other than the black dog. What is the black dog, you ask me? So usually it's an unnaturally large dog with glowing red or yellow eyes. It is often connected with the devil as an English incarnation of the hellhound, and it's depicted as an omen of death. It is often associated with death, darkness and evil. Black dogs are often described as large and ominous, and they are said to roam the countryside at night, often around crossroads and burial grounds. The origin of the black dog is uncertain. Some speculate it originated from Celtic or Germanic elements in British culture. The origin is hard to pinpoint down as many creatures like this are seen all over the world. However, some black dogs, such as the Kurt black dog in Some Rest, are said to be black guardian dogs, guiding travelers at night onto the right path and protecting them from danger. Another creepypasta found its way on this iceberg. This one is simply called Bob, but Bob is short for brutal, obscene beast. Just a small warning for disturbing content. The story has circulated online in various forms since around 2010. The story centers around a mysterious figure known only as Bob, who is said to have a grotesque appearance and a menacing presence. There are few different versions of Bob's story, but they describe him usually as having an unnaturally long body or limbs, with a twisted or distorted face which is difficult to look at. To tell you the short story of Bob, his story begins like this. Bob breaks into a house of a kid named Andrew, who it has apparently been stalking for quite some time. Hearing him walking over broken glass, Andrew grabs a titanium baseball bat, but he is too scared to move as it gets closer. Eventually he hits Bob in the chest with the bat. Unable to escape, Andrew is forced to watch as Bob presses its clawed foot down onto his stomach, slowly ripping through his flesh and killing him. Bob then leans over and bites off Andrew's face, before tearing and eviscerating his corpse. After devouring his remains, Bob departs to the broken door with a pure and deep hatred in his heart. Of course, this is the shorter version of the creepypasta, and if you're interested, you can always check it out for yourself. This creature has many names: the Swamp Stalker of Boogie Creek, but also known as Fouke Monster or Southern Sasquatch. You can already guess it's a human/ape-like creature that lives near Fouke, Arkansas, and bears a strikingly resemblance to the Momo seen in Louisiana, Missouri. It made it in the news and his tracks have been indeed found. It is very vicious and attacks humans. Many people have been terrified by this creature. Local legends of ape-like creatures date back to 1946, when it was called the Jonesville Monster, based on the town where it was initially seen. It is seen again in the mid-1960s, but the creature didn't make any local headlines until 1971, when it was said to have attacked the home of Bobby and Elizabeth Ford. The monster was also inspiration for the 1922 documentary film The Legend of Boogie Creek. Original reports from the 1970s described this as a huge creature standing 7 feet tall and up to 300 pounds and with a chest about 3 feet wide. We already covered one boar that bothered the Greek folk, but now we are going to talk about the Caledonian boar. According to the myth, the boar was sent by the goddess Artemis as a punishment for the king Onios of Caledon, who had failed to offer proper sacrifices. In the response to the threat, the king gathered a group of famous heroes to hunt it down. The hunt was pretty dangerous, with many of the heroes being injured or killed in the process. However, one of them, called Maligur, eventually succeeded in killing the boar, using a spear to strike it through his heart. The story of the boar has been retold in various forms throughout the history, including in the works of Homer and Ovid. The boar was said to be massive and a fearsome beast with razor-sharp tusks, and was feared by all who knew it. The boar is also a symbol of wild and untamed aspect of the nature, and others view it as a test of bravery and heroism. Now let's take a look at the ancient civilization called Maya. So in the late post-classic Maya mythology of the Popol Vuh, Camazotz is a bad spirit at service of the lords of the underworld. Camazotz means death bat in the Kichi language. The bat is often associated with night, death, and sacrifice. In the Popol Vuh, Camazotz are bat-like spirits encountered by the Maya hero twins Kunupu and Xbalanque during their trials in the underworld. The twins had spent the night in the House of Bats, where they squeezed themselves into their own blowguns in order to defend themselves from the circling bats. Kunupu stuck his head out of his blowing gun to see if the sun has risen, and Camazotz immediately snatched off his head and carried it to the ball court to be used by the gods in the next ball game. According to the legend, Camazotz was often depicted as a fierce, bloodthirsty creature with the head of a bat and the body of a human. He is said to have razor-sharp teeth and claws and to be capable of tearing his victims apart with ease. The Catoblepas is a legendary creature from Ethiopia, Africa, first described by the Pliny the Elder and later by Claudius Aelianus. It is said to resemble a Cape buffalo, with its head always pointing downwards due to its great weight. Its stare or breath can turn either people in stone or killing them. The creature is often thought to be based on a real-life encounters with wild beasts. It is sometimes known to African people a version of Gorgon. Also, according to the legend, the Catoblepas were feared by many tribes in Africa who believe that it can cause droughts or other natural disasters. Some stories even suggest that the creature could hypnotize and control its prey, luring them closer with a powerful gaze before attacking them. Another ape-like creature, and again from America, to be more precise South America, where was apparently discovered during an expedition to the border between Colombia and Venezuela in 1920. The creature is named after the Swiss geologist François Delois, who apparently discovered it. While camping near the Tara River, two large creatures headed to the group. Initially, Delois thought they were bears, but then they noted they were monkey-like creatures holding onto branches. The creature, one male and one female, seemed angry, howling and gesturing, defecating into their hands and throwing feces at the group. Fearing for their safety, the group shot and killed the female, and the male managed to flee. Delois and the other rest of the group quickly recognized they encountered something unusual. The animal resembled a spider monkey but much larger, 1.6 meters tall, compared to the larger spider monkey, which was just 1 meter tall, and noted that the creature had no tail at all. This entry brings also some controversy about the authenticity of the animal, with critics saying that the Lois app is a hoax and that the photograph shows only a post-spider monkey carcass. Again, like always, you can state your opinion on this. It is still unknown if this creature truly exists or is it a hoax. Now let's talk about aliens. Well, sort of. So Frenzo night crawlers, also known as the Frenzo alien, that appears in Frenzo, California, and it was also seen in Yosemite National Park in California. In both sight scenes, it's only seen in video footage. Frenzo night crawlers appear to be relatively short creatures, apparently 1.5 meters, with most of their height being made up of its legs, as they possess extremely small upper bodies. It is also hard to find any details in the upper body of the cryptid due to the poor quality of the footage. It is also extremely thin with human-like arms, and it also appears to have very short, thin feet. There is also a creature from Carmel area that is tall, but he is grey with presumably no arms and long muscular legs. It is bipedal and walks in an odd manner with its backwards bending knees, and some say that the creature also resembles the Frenzo nightcrawler. The hippocampus or hippocamp is a creature from, you guessed it, Greek mythology. It is a creature with the upper body of a horse and the lower body of a fish or a dolphin. The name hippocampus comes from two Greek words, hippos meaning a horse and campus meaning a sea monster. The hippocampus was also featured in the myth of Poseidon and Demeter. According to the myth, Poseidon pursued Demeter, who turned himself into a mare. However, Poseidon also transformed himself into a stallion and mated with her, producing a daughter named Dysopia, which was a horse with a fish tail, which became also the first hippocampus. In Asian Mesopotamian mythology, the hippocampus was also known as Epkel, a fish-like creature with a human head that was associated with the god Ea. The Epkel was considered a messenger and servant to the gods and was believed to possess great wisdom and knowledge. Who doesn't love to talk about aliens? Hopkinsville goblins are just that. Sort of. The Kelly Hopkinsville encounter is the name given the series of connected incidents of alleged close encounters with presumably extraterrestrial beings. Let's go back to 1955, Kentucky, USA. The incident occurred on the night of August 21 and 22, when the two families, the Sudsons and Taylors, claimed to have encountered a group of strange, small grayish-green creatures with long arms, large eyes, and claw-like hands. The creatures appeared to be around 3 feet tall and moved bizarrely and erratically. The families reported that the creatures attempted to enter their home and that they were able to shoot them, but without causing any apparent damage. The whole incident lasted several hours, and the family claimed that the creatures eventually retreated after sunrise. The goblins encounter gained widespread media attention and has since become a popular subject of interest among UFO enthusiasts and paranormal researchers. Despite numerous investigations, the incident has never been fully explained, and there is no conclusive evidence to support the existence of these creatures. Did you know that the Republic of Congo had dinosaurs? Well, the Kasai Rex found its home there. One day in 1932, the experienced Swedish hunter John Johnson wanted to hunt down a huge elephant, so he and his servants left their camp in Cape Town. They crossed a swamp until they reached savanna in the Kasai Valley. Instead of finding elephants, they found a huge lizard-like creature that had attacked a rhinoceros and managed to tear off his leg and then started to attack John. And upon returning to the camp, John woke shivering and collapsed, and his men picked him up. He stated it was reddish in color and blackish colored stripe. He also stated in his interview with the newspaper Rhodesia Herald it had a long snout and numerous teeth. Over the next few days they tried to find the creature, but with no results. The creature is long thought to be a theropod. As the name implies, the creature resembles the Tyrannosaurus rex. However, no Tyrannosaurus as well as any Tyrannosaurid species ever lived in Africa, but a theropod is a similar, potentially large in size and overall shape creature was reported to live in Africa. Skeptics believe that the Kasai Rex is actually a species of a giant monitor lizard, since the monitor lizards are reptiles that can stand on two legs at a time. When we take a look at the classic kobold from German folklore, it's a type of a mythological creature. The word kobold comes from the German word kobold or kobalt, which means goblin or household spirit. Kobolds are often depicted as small, mischievous beings that live in people's home and perform various tasks, such as cleaning or repairing household items. They're also sometimes associated with mining, and they are said to be able to find precious metals and gems hidden in the earth. In some stories, kobolds are depicted as tricksters who enjoy playing pranks on humans. They would also move household items around, hide things, or make strange noises in the middle of the night. In some other stories, kobolds are considered helpful spirits that protect homes and their inhabitants from harm. Let's talk about another worm creature. The Lambton worm is a legend from the county Durham in northeast England. The story takes place around the river Wear, and it's one of the area's most famous pieces of folklore. According to the legend, a young man named John Lambton went fishing in the river and caught a strange creature that looked like a small worm-like dragon. Instead of disposing this creature, John threw it away into a nearby well and forgot about it. Over the time, the creature grew in a massive, fearsome dragon known as the Lambton worm. Eventually, the worm grows extremely large and the well becomes poisonous. The villagers start to notice livestock going missing and discover that a fully grown worm has emerged from the well and coiled itself around the local hill. John Lambton eventually returned from the Crusaders and decided to slay the creature with the help of a wise woman who told him to fashion a suit of armor studded with blades. The Lambton worm was eventually defeated, but John was cursed for his previous neglect and was unable to die peacefully in his bed. The legend of the Lambton worm has been adapted in various forms, including ballads, plays, and children's stories. It is considered one of the most famous legends in English folklore. Lob is a fictional character that the Swedish musician and artist Supercomposite has claimed to discover with an unspecified text-to-image AI model in April 2022. The user stated they discovered it when asking the model to produce something as different from the prompt as possible. He said they first generated these images by using the algorithmic technique of negative prompt weights. He described the image as off-putting, devastating-looking older woman with defined red skin on her cheeks. He also nicknamed the character Loab, after one of the first generated images resembled an album cover that included the printed word Loab. He says that using the image as a prompt for further images produce increasingly violent and gory results. Loab has also been referred to as the first AI-generated cryptid and as such gone viral. In 1987 in Wexford County, Michigan, United States, begins the tale of the Michigan Dogman. The creature is described as a 7-foot tall, blue-eyed or amber-eyed, bipedal canine-like animal with a torso of a man and a fearsome howl that sounds like a human screaming. According to the legends, the Michigan Dogman appears in a 10-year cycle. The creature was mostly unknown to the modern world until very late in the 20th century. It is said to be stalking the area around the Manistee River since the days when the Odawa tribes lived there. The legend of the Michigan Dogman had been popularized by a song by Steve Cook called The Legend, which was broadcasted on a radio station in 1987. Since then, there have been numerous reports of sightings of this creature, particularly in Michigan but also in some other states. MNGWA, also known as Nunda, is a mysterious creature seen in Tanzania, East Africa. It was described as a giant grey tiger-like creature but the size of a donkey. According to the legend, it is a nocturnal creature that preys on livestock, particularly goats and sheep, and is said to be a fearsome predator that is nearly impossible to kill. It is also believed to have supernatural powers and is feared by many in the region. The evidence of this creature first arose in the early 1900s. The animal tracks were like those of a leopard but much larger. Another creepypasta. Please let me know if you're interested into creepypastas. If so, I can dig up an iceberg about them, and I will make a separate video just about creepypastas. But now let's focus on Mr. Widemouth. The story revolves around a young boy named Kevin and his interactions with a strange creature named Mr. Widemouth. The story is told from the Kevin's point of view and follows his experience as Mr. Widemouth becomes more and more involved in his life. According to the story, Kevin first met Mr. Widemouth when he was staying at his grandmother's house in Pennsylvania. Mr. Widemouth appears to Kevin as a small, furry creature with large, glowing eyes and an impossible white mouth filled with sharp teeth. Despite his unsettling appearance, Mr. Widemouth is friendly and begins to accompany Kevin on his adventures. And every time his mother would check on Kevin, Mr. Widemouth would disappear. As the story progresses, Mr. Widemouth becomes increasingly manipulative and starts encouraging Kevin to do dangerous things. Once he said, "I pretend that there is a big soft trampoline below the window, and I jump. If you pretend hard enough, you jump back like a feather. I want you to try it." He also encouraged Kevin to juggle with knives for fun. Eventually, Kevin's parents become concerned about his behavior and take him to a therapist. Mr. Widemouth becomes angry and tells Kevin that he needs to get rid of his parents in order to be truly happy. The story ends on an ambiguous note, with Kevin recalling that he wakes up in the bed the next morning and never saw Mr. Widemouth again. However, he always has a feeling that someone was watching him from the darkness outside his window. Let's take a look at the Nandi bear, a cryptid that is found in Eastern Africa. It takes its name from the Nandi people who lived in the western Kenya. Accounts of the Nandi bear date back to the early 20th century, with locals describing it as a fierce predator that could easily kill humans and livestock. Descriptions of the Nandi bear are ferocious, powerful build carnivore with high front shoulders, over 4 feet tall, and it has a huge back. Local legends call that the Nandi bear has reddish hair and long feet. In 1961, Gardner Salu noted sightings were reported in Kenya throughout the 19th and early 20th century, but it has never been caught or identified. Sightings of this Nandi bear decreased over the time. In 1905, Richard Maynard Sagan speculated that it may have been an anthropod ape now extinct off accounts of decreasing rainfalls. Suningen is an aquatic human whale-like creature that appears in modern Japanese folklore since around the mid-2000s, supposedly inhabiting the sub-Antarctic oceans. Even though the Ningen was invented as a fictional creature by Japanese internet users, it became a subject of cryptozoology. The Ninja is described as a whale-like creature with human-like similarities, and in some stories it is said to have extremely large arms and hands. Pigmentation of this creature is said to be pale blue. The creature has a large slit-like mouth and either small or large gaping eyes. The legends around the ninja began in 2002 on a forum post on the Japanese online forum website 2channel, which claims that the members of a whale research ship witnessed that the creature as it surfaced near the ship of the Antarctic coast, originally thinking it was a submarine. The crew went to take a closer look, but the apparent submarine vanished into waves. Also in 2005, Google Earth captured what many people supposedly think to be Nigen near the Southern Ocean. Many skeptics do believe that the Nigen was actually an iceberg that coincidentally looked like a sea monster. The next one on this list is called Nisi or Tomte, a creature from Scandinavian and Nordic mythology. They are generally described as being short, having a long white beard and wearing a knit cap in grey or red color. They often have appearance similar to that of a garden gnome. It is usually a kind spirit that brings good luck and prosperity to those who treat it kindly. Farmers would often leave porridge, milk or other foods to appease the Nisi and ensure good fortune for the crops and livestock. The Nisi is also known for its association with Christmas, where it said they would help Santa Claus to deliver presents to children, but he would also become angry if they felt disrespect or neglected. The Nisi was not always a popular figure, particularly during the times of Christianization of Scandinavia. Like most creatures of the folklore, he would be seen as a heathen, pre-Christian, and would be demonized and connected to the devil. Folklore added other negative beliefs about the Tomte, such as having Tomte on the farm meant you put the fate of your soul at risk, or that you have performed various non-Christian things to lure a Tomte to your farm. British folklorist Catherine Briggs called the Nequali the nastiest of all demons of Scotland's Northern Isles. The Nequali's breath was thought to kill corpses and sicken livestock, and the creature was held responsible for droughts and epidemics on the land, despite being predominantly a sea dweller. It is described as a grotesque and evil sea monster with a horse body and a human head. Its skin is said to be black and slimy, and it has no nose or ears, but only a one large gaping mouth that is filled with razor-sharp teeth. It is also said to have a long, gangly arms that drag on the ground and a large single red eye. As Scottish folklore was influenced by some Nordic mythologies, the creature is also somewhat similar to Kelpie, which we addressed earlier. In the Orcadian folklore, it is believed that Nequali is controlled by an evil sorceress or an evil spirit. To ward off the creature's evil influence, locals would make offerings such as salt, bread, and iron, and they would also try to avoid the creature's territory and never speak its name loud. The Queensland tiger is a cryptid reported to live in Queensland area in eastern Australia, also known by its native name, the Yari. It is described as being a dog-sized tiger with stripes and long tail, prominent front teeth, and a savage temperament. The earliest documented eyewitness reports of Queensland tiger date back from 1871. Reports have indicated the creature is fast and agile. Reports have constantly coming from the northeast of Queensland, but they were diminishing their numbers since the 1950s. But they continue to occur from time to time. The Queensland tiger has resemblance to a thylacine. It was an animal of similar size and predatory habits, and did live in Australia as recently as the late Pleistocene period, perhaps coexisting with the first humans that arrived in Australia, who were the ancestors of the modern Australian Aborigines. However, scientists estimate that the Thylacoleo went extinct 30,000 years ago. Seed Eater came tonight. He said kids weren't doing the trick anymore. He wanted something bigger. The Seed Eater is the main antagonist of the creepypasta stories Seed Eater Experiments and Through the Trees. It is a mysterious monster that haunts human children, then devours them and feeds off their youth. The story about the creature goes like this. In the series of blog accounts uploaded from 2010 to 2012, a man named Clifford Cliff Horry cataloged all the evidence information he could find about the creature that he and his friends encountered during their childhoods. As he was very close to finding more about this creature, suddenly he was ambushed by the Seed Eater. But in the meanwhile, his friends who were following him managed to shoot the Seed Eater and almost kill it. Cliff lands in a hospital, but he manages to recover. As they went back to find the wounded creature, sadly they didn't find any trace of him. The creature would only appear every few years and eat mostly children, and that's why also it's called the Seed Eater, as children are representing a seed. Seed Eater is a human-like creature that has a thin skeletal body covered in black fur. It is said to have large oval-shaped head with no visible eyes or mouth, but it has two long slender arms that he uses to grasp its prey. The Seed Eater is cunning and tricky, but also a master at manipulations. It is shown to be extremely intelligent and uses psychological and physical damage to its prey to ensure that it doesn't fight when it's attacked, allowing him for a fast and easy meal. Let's take a look at Norse but also Celtic mythology, where we found the creature Selkie, which is changing from a seal to a human form by shedding its skin, usually in the form of a beautiful woman. According to the legend, Selkie would come ashore on moonlight nights to dance and sing on the beaches. In many versions of the Selkie myth, a human falls in love with a Selkie and steals her skin while she is in human form, preventing her from returning to the sea. The Selkie is then forced to marry the human and bear his children, but she remains homesick for the sea and misses her true form. Eventually the Selkie would be able to find her skin and return to the sea, leaving the human and the family behind. Slowdown is another sound we encounter in the deep sea. The sound was first recorded on May 19, 1997 by the NOAA. From the first noticed sound, it would appear each year since then. Some say that the sound is emitted by a sea monster. The name was given because the sound would slowly decrease in frequency over about 7 minutes. But others speculate that the origin of the sound is moving ice in the Antarctica. Spring-Heeled Jack is an entity in the English folklore of the Victorian era. The first claimed sightings of the Spring-Heeled Jack was in 1837. Later sightings were reported all over the UK and especially in the suburb London. The first alleged sightings of the Spring-Heeled Jack were made in London in 1837 and the last reported sightings were made in Liverpool in 1904. According to the legend, Spring-Heeled Jack would often target lone travelers, particularly women, and attack them. Perhaps the best known of the alleged incidents involving Spring-Heeled Jack were the attacks on the two teenage girls Lucy Scales and Jane Alsop. The Alsop report was widely covered by the newspaper, including a piece in the Times. The press coverage of those two attacks helped to raise the profile of Spring-Heeled Jack. Also, one more example, in October 1837, a girl by the name of Mary Stevens was walking on a Lavender Hill, where she was working as a servant. After visiting her parents in Battersea, a strange figure leaped from the dark alley. After immobilizing her, he began to kiss her face while ripping her clothes and touching her flesh with his claws, which were, according to her, cold and clammy as those of a corpse. In the panic, the girl screamed, making the attacker quickly flee from the scene. We talk about harpies, but now let's talk about Stymphalian birds from the Greek mythology. They were a group of man-eating birds that live near the lake Stymphalia in Arcadia, Greece. They were believed to have been created by the goddess Artemis or Ares, the god of war. According to the legend, the birds would prey on travelers and livestock, and their feathers were said to be sharp enough to pierce armor. They were described as being larger than eagles. with wings that create a defining noise when they flew. Their feathers were made of brass or bronze, which allowed them to be used as a deadly weapon. In the myth, Hercules and one of his 12 labors was to capture the Stymphalian birds and bring them back to the king Eurystheus. To complete this task, Hercules received a set of magical bronze crotala, or clappers, from the goddess Athena, which he used to scare the birds out of their hiding place in the woods, and once they flew, he shot them down with his arrows and struck them down with his club. This creature lurked in the river and attacked the people trying to cross it, and even managed to sink boats. The creature was described as a dragon, half animal, half fish, and thicker than an ox, having longer legs than a horse with sword-like teeth. The name of this legendary beast is of course Darkus, fearsome legendary dragon-like mythological hybrid from the province in southern France. According to the legend that originates around the 14th century, the Darkus would come out the nearby river and attack the town and its people. The creature was said to be powerful, that no weapons could harm it. However, a young girl named Martha was able to tame the beast by using her kindness and gentleness. She led the Darkus into town, where the people subdued it and then converted to Christianity. Tengu or Heavenly Dog is a type of a legendary creature found in the Shinoto belief. They are considered a type of a yokai, a supernatural being, or a Shinoto kami, which were gods or spirits. The Tengu were originally thought to take the forms of birds of prey and a monkey. They were traditionally depicted as a human, monkey and avian characteristics. Buddhism long held that the Tengu were disruptive demons, but over time their image gradually softened into one of a protective spirit of the mountains and forests. But it still was dangerous. Some of the earliest representations of Tengu appear in the Japanese picture scrolls, such as the Tengozushi Emaka painted around 1296, which made parodies of high-ranking priests. Like Nessie and Champ, the Thesis is a lake monster and a legendary creature that inhabits the Tasties Lake, a freshwater lake in British Columbia, Canada. It is often described as a large serpent-like creature with a long, slimy body and scaly skin. On 22 August 1972, the Victorian Daily Times reported that two local teams claimed to have seen the creature with a silvery scaled skin, sharp claws and a spike on its head, while swimming in the lake in the evening. 4 days later, local teenagers reported being attacked at the beach by a dark and scaled monster, but this was later admitted as a hoax. And the last one on this list today is Zalgo, a creepypasta. Zalgo is a creature that could be best described as horror and a creature of utmost terror. He is known also as he who waits behind the wall. Zalgo is depicted as a jet-skinned knight in silver armor surrounded by a black lightning. However, his true form is much more horrific. He is an eyeless abomination with 7 mouths. His right hand holds a dead star, and his left hand holds a candle whose light is shadow and stained with the blood of a dagger. 6 of his mouths speak in different tongues. When the time is right, the 7th mouth would sing a song that will end the earth. However, to my understanding, Zalgo is also a meme where a person takes a popular picture or comic and corrupts it. The first entry on this list is the 50-foot Congo snake. In 1959, in the Katanga region of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Remy Van Liert was returning from a mission by a helicopter. He reported having seen an enormous snake as he flew over the forest. He described the snake as being close to 50 feet in length with a 2-foot wide by 3-foot long triangular head, which, if his estimations were true, would earn the creature a place among the largest snakes to have ever existed. Colonel Van Lierte described the snake as having dark green and brown top scales with a whitish colored underside. He ordered the pilot to resume his journey, so the creature was never properly documented. although some reports suggest that the onboard photographer managed to snap a shot of it. It is believed to be a massively oversized African rock python, or a completely new snake species, or perhaps a descendant of the giant snake called Gigantophis. The next one on this list is Adex, a spirit in the folk mythology of the Basque people. His name is literally translated as young bull, and he is sometimes known as Etsai. He is a cave-dwelling spirit who adopts a form of a young red bull, but being a shapeshifter sometimes, he also takes the shape of a man. At night, more in stormy weather, he arises from the hollow which is his lair. He attacks criminals and other evil people. He also protects people by making them stay at home when danger is near. He also is theorized to be a representative of the goddess Mari, or maybe an enforcer of her will, punishing people who cheat her. Did you hear about the air rods? Well, this one is kind of bizarre. So air rods are also called flying rods, and sometimes they are referred as to skyfish. There are even skeptics who acknowledge their existence. The only question is, what are they? Air rods can be never seen live with the naked eye, but are picked up with cameras and cell phones all over the world. People are not sure if they are living creatures, alien probes, or some sort of 3D electromagnetic smudge. Air rods were discovered in the 1990s. People found them on all sorts of films, ranging from home videos to movies seen in theaters. They all had some odd disturbances that looked something like blurry roads that were mostly transparent, occasionally whitish in color. Most of these disturbances were fast moving and barely visible with the eye. These roads show up best against large areas of the same color, such as the sky. But the story behind these creatures is debunked, as probably insects moving just at the right time to be caught by the camera. Every layer has its giant snake-like monster, and Alata Maha is a creature just like that, also known as Alti, and it's a legendary sea monster said to inhabit the waters of Altamaha River in Georgia, United States. Description of this creature vary, but it's often said to resemble a large aquatic creature with a long neck and flippers similar to the Loch Ness monster. According to the Brunswick News, the legend has its roots in the Muskogee tradition. The animal is called alligator gar, and it has been proposed as a possible identity for recent sightings attributed to this creature. In 2018, decomposing remains were found on the beach in the Wolf's Island National Wildlife Refuge, causing speculations that it might be the body of this creature. However, the performance artist Zardulu later claimed responsibility for the remains, which were created out of stuffed shark and paper mache. Let's take a look at the English folklore, particularly from the counties of Yorkshire and Lancashire, where we find Barghest. It is typically described as a large black dog with glowing red eyes said to roam the countryside at night. Some tales describe the Barghest as a vicious spirit, preying on travelers and lost souls, while others portray it as a protector of the local community, guarding against evil forces. Legends say that the Barghest is said to be a ghost of a person who died in a violent death, while in others it is considered a demon or a shape-shifting creature. According to the legend, the creature appears only a certain time of the year, for example in stormy nights or on the eve of a death in the community. In the 1870s, a shape-shifting Barghest was also said to live near Darlington and was said to take the form of a headless man who vanishes in flames, but also a headless lady, a white cat, a rabbit, a dog, or a black dog. Let's go to the Bear Lake, on the Utah-Idaho border, where the Bear Lake monster found its home. So first, no, it's not a bear, but rather, well, the description can vary, from a whale to a huge snake-like creature. One article reported that the creature had a large, undulating body with about 30 feet of exposed surface. of a light cream color moving swiftly through the waters. Others reported seeing a monster-like creature that swims faster than a locomotive and had a head described similar to a cow. Let's talk about the legend of the bear lake monster. So it dates back to an 1886 article in the Desert News that announced that the Indians have a tradition concerning a strange serpent-like creature inhabited the water of the Bear Lake. A number of settlers have declared they have seen it with their own eyes. This Bear Lake monster caused a great deal of excitement up there, stated the author Joseph C. Rich. Articles about the Bear Lake monster continued to appear over the next several years, stating sightings of the Bear Lake monster as well as similar creatures in other rivers and lake in the Utah territory. The number of alleged appearances of the lake monster all across northern Utah caused some people to speculate that there was an underground channel connecting the Great Salt Lake and the other waterways to Bear Lake. For this entry, let's go back to 1793 when the creature Bessie was first spotted in the lake from Canada to Pennsylvania. Bessie is reported to be a snake-like animal around 9 to 12 meters long and at least a foot in diameter, with a grayish color. While shooting at ducks north of Sandusky, Ohio in 1793, the captain of the sloop Felicity has seen a large snake-necked creature. Later that year, another boat crew spotted a similar animal, this time a copper-colored and 60 feet in length, what was almost a double in length for the previous. They even tried to shoot it with muskets, which had no visible effect. People reported over the years to have seen this creature, but the creature gained mass attention in 1997 when CNN published blurred photos of this creature on their site, claiming it was real. But some people claim that the creature Bessie is perhaps a creature from the prehistoric era. A carnivorous tree, as the name suggests, is a man-eating tree. Simply to put, it's the big brother of the Venus flytrap, so large that it can eat a whole cow, at least according to the residents of Padraim. The legend says that the cow was suddenly grabbed by the branches and pulled from the ground. The terrified cowherd ran to the village and the owner of the herd ran back to the village and bring backup to attack the tree. They managed to land mortal blows before the tree devoured the cow, but the whole concept of a tree that feeds on animals may originate from the myths and folklore, or from observation of plants that capture and digest insects for nutrition, such as the Venus flytrap or the pitcher plant. Some legends describe this tree as having branches or roots that can move and capture prey. And by prey I mean things like small animals or even humans. However, such a tree would require a complex digestive system and specialized organs to process animal tissues, which are not characteristics of a plant. Additionally, a carnivore behavior would be no beneficial to a tree's survival and growth, as it would require more energy to digest animal matter than obtain nutrients from photosynthesis. Are you scared of centipedes? Well, if the answer is yes, then I have bad news for you. The conrid is a name given to a cryptid from Vietnam. It is an enormous oceanic centipede that lives in the southeast Vietnamese Sea. Its body is made of segments of bony plates and it employs fishy-like fins to swim. Initial researches of the conrid was conducted by the Dr. Krempf, director of the Oceanographic and Fisheries Service of Indochina, in the 1920s. The first carcass was found by Trent Van Con in 1833. He claimed that the creature was 60 feet long and 3 feet wide. According to the legend, conrid has been known to attack and sink ships, and it was feared by fishermen and sailors in the region. Also in 1883, several Vietnamese men found that had washed ashore at Ho Gai, Vietnam. The head was gone, but the body was formed of segmented joints that rang like sheets metal when they struck. According to the account, the carcass smelled so bad that it had to be thrown away back to the sea. Crabzilla is a giant crab that is supposedly found in Candy County Harbour, England. Supposedly he would measure 49 feet and 572 inches. The original image showed him on the bank where two boats were stationed. Sometime later, another supposed Crabzilla was under a bridge being watched by two children who were fishing there. In the second photo, he was much smaller than in the first image, but both photos have confirmed to be fake. In Canadian folklore, Cressy is the nickname given to a eel-like lake monster said to reside in the Crescent Lake, Canada. The monster has been described as resembling a large dark brown eel around 15 feet in length with a long sleek body that looks long and shiny and a fish-like head. Claims of Cressy being sighted began in the 1950s. There have been no photographs of Cressy, and all information relies on the local oral history. According to the local folklore, the elder resident of the Roberts Arm, known as the grandmother Anthony, was startled while berry picking by a giant serpent in the lake. The sightings of this creature continue over the years, but with no real evidence to prove its existence. But others suggest that Cressy is not a living creature at all, but instead a large log. The bottom of the Cressy Lake is reported to be covered in wooden logs from when logging took place in the community. Some speculate that the bubbles of the gas from the decomposing wood would lift up those logs to the surface of the lake. So let's talk about the devil monkeys. They are large baboon-like primates that are spotted in the wooded areas of Flagstaff, Arizona. This unique breed of monkeys has been described as being around 3 to 4 foot tall, although some eyewitnesses have sworn that those furry creatures can reach up the height of 7 feet. They have been described as shaggy baboon-like creatures with powerful, almost kangaroo-like legs, a trait they share with the South Americans' notorious goatsucker or chupacabra, which we already mentioned in the previous video. The first reported encounter with this swift, dangerous predator occurred in 1934 in South Pittsburgh. According to the reports, which were allegedly published in the national newspaper, eyewitnesses describe a mysterious beast that could leap across the fields with lightning speed. It is also said he has the ability to drop great distances, up to 20 feet according to some accounts. Regardless of its origin, the legend of the devil monkeys remains a popular subject of interest among cryptozoologists and monster hunters. Otters are usually cute animals, but Dobrachu is a giant carnivore lake monster that lives in Ireland. The most consistent ancient description of this creature is a great otter. Dobrachu has been reported for a long time, since ancient Ireland. They are said to be very aggressive to humans and dogs. They were said to attack in groups or pairs. First, one Dobrachon will attack. If it falls, then its companions will rush in to attack too. They will follow their prey through water and onto land. Modern-day Dobrachu are very rare and maybe even extinct, but it is said that Dobrachu can be still found on Achill Island, West County, Mayo. Let's go back to 1970s when something horrible stalked the small town of Enfield, Illinois. On April 25th, in 1973, Henry McDaniel was among the first to encounter the Enfield Horror. According to the legend, the Enfield Horror was first sighted by a young boy who was playing in the backyard. The creature allegedly attacked the boy, causing him to suffer scratches and bruises. Over the following weeks, there were several more reportings of this creature, and many residents of Enfield claimed to have heard strange noises and screams at night. This creature is described as a small three-legged monster that resembles a mix between a dog, a bear, and a kangaroo. It is said to have grayish-brown skin, sharp claws, and glowing red eyes. Coney Island Swamp Monster is a legendary creature that is said to inhabit the swamplands near Honey Islands in Louisiana, United States. The creature is described as a large, bipedal humanoid creature with grayish-brown fur, yellow eyes and a pronounced brown ridge. It is said to be between 6 and 7 feet tall and to weigh around 400 pounds. The legend of the Honey Island swamp monster dates back to the 1960s, and there have been many reports sightings of this creature over the years. According to the legend, this creature is extremely elusive and aggressive, and it's said to attack humans. The first claimed sighting was in 1963 by Harlan Ford, a retired air traffic controller who had taken up a wildlife photography. After his death in 1980, a reel of a Super 8 film showing this creature was found among his belongings. The Hookline Island sea monster is a legendary creature that is said to inhabit the waters near Hook Island, which is located in the Whitsunday Islands of Queensland, Australia. The creature is described as a large serpent-like animal with a long neck and a hump on its back. It is said to be between 40 and 60 feet long and to have greenish black skin and a serpent head with sharp teeth. I mean, few creatures with this description landed on this list, but hey. The monster was seen by Robert Lee Cernak and his family in 1964 when he moved towards his ship with an open mouth. Robert also spotted its tail was injured, probably by a ship propeller or by another large creature, but this was debunked as a hoax some years later. Igopogo is a lake monster that is rumored to dwell in Lake Simcoe, Ontario, Canada. The reports of Igopogo date back to the 1800s. The first alleged sighting of Igopogo is credited to an early settler named David Soules. While washing sheep with his brother at shore, the two saw a long creature in the water and a trail in the mud. The creature is described as a grey seal-like animal with a dog or horse-like head. Its neck is long and looks like a stovepipe. Apparently it's between 12 and 70 feet long with prominent eyes and a gaping mouth. It has several fins and a fish-like tail. Igopogo has been observed basking in the sun by eyewitnesses. Based on the appearance given by sightings, Igopogo is speculated to be a creature like a seal or an otter. Even while on the Shirley Solomon show, John Kirk said that the animal in the tape he was given looked like a massive seal of sorts. But he didn't show the video to anyone else, so it's debatable if the creature really exists. There are many different versions of vampires in the Chinese folklore, but we are talking about the Jingashi. It is also known as the Chinese hopping vampire or zombie. The word Jingashi literally means stiff corpse. According to the legend, the relatives of a person who died far away from the home could not afford vehicles to have the deceased person's body transported to home for a burial. They would hire a Taoist priest to conduct a ritual to reanimate the dead person and teach him how to hop their way home. The priests would transport the corpse only at night and would ring bells to notify others of his presence, because it is considered bad luck for a living person to set eyes upon a jiangshi. Generally, a jiangshi appearance can range from unremarkable, as is in the case of a recently deceased person, to horrifying because of the rotten flesh. From China we jump to Africa, more precisely Zambia and Congo, where Kongamato is apparently found. One of the earliest reports of the Kongamatos is from the adventurer Frank Melland. It is depicted in his 1932 book in Witchbound Africa. In appearance, Kongamato is described as a reddish lizard with wings and teeth in its beak. This is a bit ridiculous, but its wingspan ranges from 4 to 100 feet across. When shown a picture of a pterosaur, natives said that it was a picture of a Kongamato. There are several historic reports of European explorers being attacked by a large winged creature, and quite often people would report to have received wounds from the Kongamatos. It is thought to eat mostly fish, but occasionally also humans. The Kongamato is also said to dig up graves and steal human corpses, because in Africa the burial is usually not too deep. Also, an interesting thing to say is that modern day bird watchers didn't see any creature like this in Africa. The lindworm has many stories in European folklore, but today I will tell you the story of the King Lindworm or Prince Lindworm from its Danish fairy tale published in the 19th century. In the tale of the Scandinavian folklore, a half-man, half-snake lindworm is born as one of the twins to a queen who, in effort to overcome her childless situation, has followed the advice of an old crone who tells her to eat 2 onions. She did not peel the first onion, causing the first twin to be a lindworm. When he grows up and sets off to find a bride, the lindworm insists that a bride be found for him before his younger brother can marry. Because none of the chosen maidens are pleased by him, he would proceed to eat each one of them, until a shepherd's daughter who also spoke to the same crone is brought to marry him, wearing every dress she owns. The lindworm tells her to take off her dress, but she insists to shed her skin for each dress she removes. Eventually, his human form is revealed beneath the last skin. The lizard man of Scape or Swamp, also known as the lizard man of the Lee County, is an entity said to inhabit the swamplands of the region. First mentioned on July 14, 1988, the Lee County Sheriff's Office investigated a report of a car damaged overnight while being parked at home in the area of Browntown outside Bishopsville, South Carolina, on the edges of the Scape or Swamp. The car reportedly had tooth marks and scratches with hair and muddy footprints left behind. 70-year-old Christopher Davis reports to the sheriff that his car was damaged by a creature he described as a green, bat-like creature about 7 feet tall or 2.1 meters and had 3 fingers, red eyes, skin like a lizard and snake-like scales. A few more sightings of this creature led to increase its publicity in newspapers and media, prompting further reports of the sightings, and the area soon became a tourist attraction for visitors and hunters. Local radio stations, VCOS, offered a $1 million reward to anybody who would capture the creature alive. On August 5, Kenneth Orr, a airman stationed at Shaw Air Force Base, filed a police report alleging that he encountered the lizard man on the Highway 15 and had shot it and wounded it. He presented several scales and a small quantity of blood as evidence, but 2 days later he was arrested for unlawfully carrying a pistol and filing a false police report. The local reports about the creature decreased over the time, and the police forces believe that the creature caused all this trouble was just a bear. The Lone Pine Mountain Devil is a legendary creature said to inhabit the mountains of California, particularly in the area around Lone Pine. It is described as a winged creature with a bat-like appearance, with a wingspan up to 10 feet and sharp claws. The creature is said to be covered in black or dark brown fur. Some believe it could be a relative to the New Jersey Devil. On early accounts by a priest described them as winged demons sent from the depths of hell. The best known documentation of human interaction with the Lone Pine Mountain Devil came in 1878, when a train of Spanish settlers disappeared in Sierra Nevada. A group of 37 settlers, men, women and children, vanished without a trace for 2 months, after which their rotten corpses were discovered by a team of copper miners, and the one who was to blame is the Lone Pine Mountain Devil. Despite the numerous reports, there is no concrete evidence of his existence, and the legend is generally considered to be a hoax. The Montauk Monster was an animal carcass that washed ashore near the business district of Montauk, New York in July of 2008. The identity of this creature and the stories surrounding it have been a subject of controversy and speculation. The creature was described as being 3 foot long, with a hairless grayish body and a beak-like snout, and long claws on its hands. The creature was initially believed to be a new species or a genetic mutation. However, many believe the monster was just a hoax, and that the creature was actually a dead raccoon or some other type of animal that had been left to decompose in the sun, giving it a distorted appearance. In the Cornish folklore, the Morgor, meaning sea giant in Cornish, is a sea serpent that inhabits the sea near the Falmouth Bay, Cornwall, England. According to the legend, the creature first appeared near the Pendennis Point in 1975, described as having a trunk with a very long neck and black or brown skin, like a sea lion's. Local fishermen blamed bad weather and poor fishing on supposed sightings of this monster. The legend continues to the present day with sporadic claims of the Morgor sightings on stretch of the coastline between Rosemillion Head and the Tool Point, popularly known as the Morgor Smile. Now, Massey is something quite funny. Well, it's mostly described as a three-eyed Loch Ness monster. Moose is also a creature that is said to live in the Muskrat Lake in Canada, the province of Ontario. The legend of Massey likely began around 1960. The legend claims that the Canadian pioneer Samuel de Champlain wrote about it in the early 17th century. Some residents claim that a single very old Moosey or a member of its species first arrived in the area, then covered by an ocean about 10,000 years ago. But the description of Massey's physical appearance are inconsistent. Often it's described as having 3 eyes, 3 ears, 1 big fin, 2 legs and 1 big tooth in the front. It's silvery green in its color and stretches for 24 feet long. In a report from a Singaporean newspaper, Berita Harian, dated 12 October 1957, in Malay ghost beliefs, the Orang Minyak is a supernatural creature coated with a shiny black grease who abducts young women by night. Supposedly the creature is able to climb walls and grabbing victims while evading to be captured due to its slippery coating. The coating was first described as consisting of hair oils, before later stories evolved into being covered in coconut oil and soot. The Orang Minyak has been traditionally blamed for attacking women in the beginning of the 1950s, and superstition Malay female students would attempt to ward off the creature by wearing sweaty clothing to give an appearance of someone who had just been with a man. The Pacific Northwest tree octopus is a hybrid creature that can live both in the sea but also on the land. It is said to live in the Olympic National Forest and nearby rivers, spawning in the water where its eggs are laid. Things get only better from this point. Apparently, the major predator of the octopus is said to be the Sasquatch. The Pacific Northwest tree octopus was featured on a website commonly used in internet literacy for schools. Although it was not created for that purpose, despite the falsehood shown on the site, because the site was mixed with links and pages about real specimens and organizations, all the 25 7th grade students involved in this case were said that they believed in the Pacific tree octopus, who sadly was just a hoax. Raystown Ray is a legendary creature that is said to inhabit Raystown Lake in Pennsylvania, USA. The first known photograph of the Raystown Ray was photographed by a local fisherman looking over the lake from the Huntington Cove. Locals stated they knew about the creature's existence for quite some time, but it's believed to be vegetarian and gentle. Description of the Raystown Ray vary, but is generally described as a serpent-like creature with a long neck and a small head. Some reports suggest that the creature may be up to 40 feet in length. Like many other lake monsters, rays often claim to have a large, slightly humped back and a long neck that emerges from the water, leading to a speculation that could be a surviving plesiosaur-like species. However, the popular depiction of a plesiosaur's neck arching out of the water is a graceful S-curve, and it's debunked by modern research, and they are now thought to have been physically incapable of lifting their heads out of the water in a stereotypical Nessie pose. In Norwegian folklore, Selma is a legendary sea serpent said to live in the 30-kilometer long lake Seljord, Norway. The creature is described as a large serpent-like creature with a long neck and small head, similar to the Loch Ness monster, and many other serpent-like creatures on this list. Sightings of the Selma or I hope I will pronounce that right, Seljo swordsman date back to the early 18th century, and the legend has become a popular part of the local folklore in the region. The sea serpent has been discussed for a long time, and there have been many witnesses and many descriptions of its encounters, especially in hot, quiet summers. The oldest written account of this creature dates back to 1750, where it said it rounded a rowboat belonging to a man called Bow rowing across from Ulvenes to Ness. The easiest way to describe this entry is just disturbing. So let me introduce you to Sheep Squatch. Yeah, you heard me right. Sheep Squatch is also known as the White Thing. It is a woolly-haired cryptid reported across numerous accounts in the West Virginia region. It is described as being quadruple about in size of a bear with entirely white wool-like fur. It has a long and pointed head, similar to a dog, but with long saber-like teeth and a single pinto set of horns, and it's reported to smell like sulfur. In 1994, a former Navy stated having witnessed the beast breaking through the forest. He saw the white thing coming out from the bushes and kneeled down to drink from the creek. He drank a few minutes before crossing the creek and continuing towards to the nearby road. But also the same year, two children observed the creature while playing in the yard within the Bone County. Some believe that the sheep squatch may be a mutation or a hybrid version of an animal we know, such as a bear or a mountain lion. But also some believe it is a survivor of a member of a prehistoric species we didn't know about. However, skeptics suggest that the sheep squatch is simply a product of folklore and imagination. In the folklore of the Alpine region of South Central Europe, the Tetzelwurm is a lizard-like creature often described as having a face of a cat with a serpent-like body that may be slender or stubby with 4 short legs and 2 forelegs. The creature would make a hiss sound like a snake, and it's said to be poisonous. The creature is also found in many European folklores. The naturalist Carl William von Dalator, writing in the History of Dragons of the Alps in 1887, explained that this creature could be a species of lizard or snakes, but he seemingly ignoring the cat features in his book. Dalator considered these giant creatures of the past have died out by his time, alongside the folk belief associated with them. But the popular notion of the Tetzelwurm in its day lingered on as a phantom of those of past legendary creatures. Bray Road is a legendary creature that is said to inhabit the rural areas around Elkhorn, Wisconsin, USA. It is described as a large, hairy creature resembling a werewolf or a Bigfoot, with pointed ears, yellow eyes, and a snout-like nose. Reports go back to the 1980s and 1990s, prompted to a local newspaper, the Walworth County Week, to assign reporter Linda Godfrey to cover the story. Linda was initially skeptic about the story, but later became convinced of the sincerity of the witnesses. Her series of articles later became a book titled The Beast of Bray Road, tailing Wisconsin's werewolf. The creature was first seen in 1936. In the 1980s, several alleged witnesses reported the beast had made contact with them, but also some witnesses stated it attacked their vehicles, leaving long scratch marks on the doors and trunks of the vehicle. One witness stated she hit something while crossing Bray Road. Upon exiting her vehicle to determine what she had hit, supposedly a large wolf-like creature with red eyes chased her back into the car, leaving claw marks on the rear passenger door. There is a theory floating it is a misidentification of animals we know, including that the creature is simply a grey wolf or a large dog, which are not likely for this area. The Strider is a creepypasta about a character from Native American folklore, particularly among the Haudenosaunee people of the northeastern United States and the Mohawk people of Canada. The Stilt Walker is also known as a tree spirit, and it's said to be a powerful and magical being who is associated with the forest and its inhabitants. The Stilt Walker is typically described as a tall, thin figure with long arms and legs. It It is said to be able to walk on stilts, which allow him to navigate through dense forests with ease. The stilt walker is often depicted wearing a mask which represents its connection to the spirit world and its ability to communicate with the forest spirits. According to the legend, the spirit walker is a benevolent spirit who watches over the forest and its creatures. It is said to be a guardian of the trees and is also able to communicate with them, ensuring that they are healthy and strong. The stilt walker is also said to have the ability to shapeshift and can take the form of any creature that inhabits the forests. Tronco is the nickname for the animal, reportedly seen in Margaret, South Africa on October 25 in 1924, according to the article entitled Fish Like a Polar Bear, published in December of 27 in 1924, edition of London's Daily Mail. The animal was reportedly first seen off the coast battling two killer whales, which fought this unusual creature for 3 hours. The creature's body was described as being covered in thick white fur and it had a long muscular tail that was said to resemble an elephant's trunk. Some reports describe the creature as having a head that was similar to that of a polar bear. Sadly, no scientist ever investigated the carcass, so no reliable description has been published. The U-28 creature is not the name of the individual monster, but rather the name was given to a single sightseeing of a yet-to-be identified beast. The U-28 creature is a mysterious and elusive sea creature that was reportedly encountered by the submarine U-28 during World War I. According to the crew of the U-boat, the creature was encountered on the surface of the Atlantic Ocean in 1915 off the coast of West Africa. The U-28 crew reported the creature appeared to be massive and a serpent-like creature with a long neck and a small head. Once again, it was said to have measured between 60 and 50 feet in length and was described as having grayish-green coloration. Some investigators have theorized that this encounter could indicate a surviving species of Pliosaurus or Mosasaur, both of which are thought to have resembled a giant crocodile. The fossil records of these creatures also seems to indicate that their spines were very flexible, which could account for more serpent-like movement of the U-28 creature and so-called other sea serpents sometimes spotted in this area of the world. In Somalia, it's traditionally believed that the Kori Ismaris, one who rubs himself with a stick, was a man who could transform himself into hyena man by rubbing himself with a magic stick at nightfall, and by repeating this process would return to its human state before dawn. In many African cultures, the bear hyena is associated with witchcraft and evil deeds. It is said to be able to assume the shape of a hyena in order to carry out nefarious activities under the cover of darkness. In some cultures, the bear hyena is also believed to be able to cast spells or to be able to curse people. In German folklore, a Woppeldinger is an animal said to inhabit the forest of Bavaria and Baden-Württemberg in southern Germany. This was quite funny for me because I live in Bavaria and I didn't know about this creature. So it has a body composed of various animal parts, generally wings, antlers, a tail and fangs, all attached to a body of a small mammal. The most widespread description portrays the Woppeldinger as having the head of a rabbit, a body of a squirrel, the antlers of a deer and wings, and occasionally the legs of a pheasant. According to folklore, Woppeldingers can be found in the forests of Bavaria, and they are also a part of a large family of horned mammals that exist throughout the Germanic regions of Europe. Stuffed Woppeldingers, composed of parts of actual stuffed animals, are often displayed in inns or sold to tourists as souvenirs in the animal's native regions. The Deutsches Jagd- und Fischermuseum in München, Germany, features a permanent exhibition of this creature. Yeren, or wild man, is a cryptid ape man reported to inhabit remote and mountain areas of China, mostly famously in the Shenangjia Forestry District in the Hubei province. Sightings of this hairy man have remained consistent since the Warring State period around 340 BCE throughout the Tang dynasty, before solidifying into the modern legend of the Yeren. Generally, they are described as savage, strong and fast-moving, living in the mountain caves and descending only to raid villages for food or for people to wed and their women. Eyewitnesses' accounts of the Yeren describe it as standing between 6 and 8 feet tall with broad shoulders, long arms and a powerful chest. Its face also resembles that of a human. After the video about Bigfoot and the stories of Yetis become widespread in media, a team of researchers started to search for this creature. As the expedition had failed to turn up convincing evidence, scientific interest plummeted by the late 1980s. Alleged bodies, hairs, and footprints actually came from various animals we know, and the perpetrated monkey boy skulls, supposedly the real evidence of Yeren human hybrids, actually belonged to fully human children who suffered spinocerebellar ataxia. Additionally, many of the eyewitnesses' accounts were likely completely fabricated. A Baoqiu is a legendary creature from Chinese mythology, described in the George Louis Borges' 1967 Books of Imaginary Beings. In some version of the story, a Baoqiu is said to be a companion of the Chinese god of literature, Wenchang. When someone is about to take a difficult exam or face a challenging task, they may pray to Wenchang for success and offer food or other offerings to a Baoqiu as a sign of her respect. A Baoqiu is also associated with the concept of divination. In ancient China, divination was commonly practiced for seeking guidance and predicting the future. It was believed that the Baoqiu had the ability to predict the outcome of important events and provide guidance to those who sought it. Starting this list with a very interesting creature called Kuk. It is a legendary creature from the Inuit mythology. Inuit is a belief in other worlds beneath the sea, inside the earth and in the sky, where some gifted anagogs or shamans have the power to journey in trance and dreams, visiting places that ordinary mortals could only experience in the afterlife. The monster is known from the Bering Strait of Alaska. Kuk is described as a huge, heavy creature with a slimy, moist skin, and instead of legs, it has 4 human-like hands for capturing prey. It is also said it is capable of burying itself underground and emerging in inland lakes. Supposedly it preys mostly on fishermen and people foolish enough to bathe in the sea, but it is also said that the creature consumes a large quantity of fish and seabirds. Everybody loves cats, but did you hear about the alien big cats? Well, I need to sadly disappoint you, but they are not aliens from outer space, but ordinary cats, let's say. Alien big cats are large cats that look something like a black panther, leopards, African lions or cougars, but they are seen in Britain. They are alien in the sense that they are not to be native to this area of the world. Most of the sightings of these wild cats are in swamps. A number of more famous cases have received unique local names, such as the Beast of Body Moor, but the explanation of the alien or phantom cats is very simple actually. Several dead bodies of smaller creatures turned out to be hybrids between the Scottish wildcat and domestic home cats. The larger variations that look like a specific species such as a leopard are generally presumed to be escaped exotic pets. They are often kept illegally by their owners, so the authorities never know how many of these might be around. Like every deer, there is also one that is an ape-like looking creature. The ape-like looking creature we are going to talk about now is called almas, found in Central Asia. Almas is also a Mongolian word for a wild man. They are said to inhabit the Asian mountains region of the Pamir and the Caucasus, as well the Mongolian mountains range of the Altai. Sightings of this creature date back as early as the 15th century. It is described as looking like a mix between an ape and a human, but I think that's quite unique is that people apparently saw almas crafting various tools and clothing. It is said to resemble a living caveman. The bodies are covered entirely with thick brown to reddish hair. The facial region remains uncovered. The first mention goes back to ancient scripts from the 13th century. There is an interesting story floating around from the 1800s where a man claimed to have a domestic female almas named Xana. The creature, after being held with numerous enclosures for many years, was trained to carry out daily tasks such as grinding grain or hauling firewood. Xena, however, never learned to speak, instead using grunts and mutterings. Are very athletic, fond of swimming, and apparently had a taste for wine. And apparently later Xena even mated with a local man and had 4 children. We talk about Sasquatch, then we talk about Sheepsquatch, which is quite disturbing in my opinion. And now let's say hello to Batsquatch. The Batsquatch is a flying cryptid that was allegedly seen near the mountain St. Helena's in the 1980s. It resembles a flying primate similar to the owl and the orange batty in the Southeast Asia. A few cryptids we already talked about. Obviously his name derives from the word bat and Sasquatch. In April 1994, Brian Canfield was driving in Washington's Pierce County when his truck suddenly died. Canfield said a large creature landed in front of him. It was almost like a human-like creature. It was 9 feet tall with bat-like wings, and it was covered in fur. The funniest thing about this creature is that it's said to have the ability to affect car engines. Sadly, ever since then, it has not been seen, and skeptics dismiss it as a hoax. So let's go back to the alien cats. The Beast of Podim, also known as the Beast of Podimore, is a phantom wildcat that is said to live in Cornwall, United Kingdom. Bodymore became a center of these sightings with occasional reports of slaying livestock. A long-held hypothesis suggested the possibility that alien big cats at large in the United Kingdom could have been imported as a part of private collections or zoos and later escaped or been set even free. A boy walking by the river Fowey discovered a very large cat skull, measuring about 10 centimeters long by 80 centimeters wide. Later it was discovered it belonged to a leopard. The story hit the national press. The skull was sent to the Natural History Museum in London for verification. They determined it was a skull from a young male leopard, but also had not died in Britain, and the skull has been imported as a part of a leopard skin rug. The back of the skull was cleanly cut off in a way too commonly used to mount the head on a rug. In the Indiana folklore, the Beast of Basco is an enormous snapping turtle. In 1898, a farmer named Oscar Falk claimed to have seen a giant turtle living in the 7-acre lake on his farm near Churubusco, Indiana. He told others about it, but eventually he decided to drop the matter. A half century later, in July 1948, two Churubusco citizens, Ora Blue and Charlie Wilson, also reported seeing a huge turtle, weighing an estimation of 500 pounds, while fishing on the same lake, which had come to be known as the Falk Lake. A farmer named Gail Harrison owned the land at the time. Harrison and others also reported seeing the creature. Despite a month-like hunt that briefly gained national attention, the Beast of Busco was never found. Number 7 on this list is the Black Demon Shark, an enormous black shark whose territory is said to be just off coast of the Mexico Bahia, California. In recent years, numerous sightings have been reported, primarily from the local fishermen. The black demon is said to be between 20 and 60 feet long and weighed anywhere, and I love this, between 50 and 100,000 pounds. So let your imagination just go wild. It is said to resemble a great white shark, but with a very dark coloration and a large tail. The mysterious shark was supposedly first spotted in 2008. Some say it could be a megalodon, or a new species of shark, or perhaps an unusually large great white. Many expeditions were launched to locate this creature, but nothing came out of the investigation. People across the globe have seen scary two-dimensional like pitch black beings. They appear to be two-dimensional and their appearance always looks the same no matter what angle they are seen at. So that's why are simply called black stickmen. They are unlike ghosts in that way they are not linked in a particular paranormal incident or location. They simply appear, and they have been appearing more and more recently for people. Although they could be related in some way, these are not to be confused with shadow people. There has been apparently a recorded case of black stickmen. They even attack people but never make a sound. With time going on, it was revealed that the black stickmen were just a created hoax. The Bronzo dragon, also known as Bronzia, is a lake monster in the Russian folklore. It is said to inhabit the lake Bronzo near Andreapol in western Russia. It is described as resembling a dragon and it is the subject of several regional legends, some of which are said to date back to the 13th century. Many people treat the existence of Bronzia skeptically and say that the creature may be a beaver or a giant pike. It was rumored in the 18th and 19th century that this giant creature emerged on a lake surface in the evening but immediately submerged when people approached it. It is also said that during the World War II, the beast swallowed up a German airplane. So just imagine this huge dragon-like creature would emerge from the water and somehow eat a whole airplane. Brownies are mythical creatures from English and Scottish folklore that are believed to be household spirits and fairies. Brownies originate as domestic spirits with very similar to the Lares of ancient Rome tradition. They're usually depicted as small, brown-skinned creatures with large eyes and pointed ears, who are often dressed in ragged clothes. Brownies are said to be helpful beings who live in the homes and perform various tasks such as cleaning and tidying up, in exchange for small offerings such as food and milk. Brownies are virtually always male, but there are also female brownies such as the Meg Mulch or Hairy Meg. They are usually depicted as ugly and their appearance are sometimes described as frightening or unsettling to the members of the household in which they reside. Have you heard about the cactus cat? It is a mystical creature and a fearsome critter that has been reported in the American Southwest. It is described as a bobcat-like animal with a thorn-like fur, sharp bones protruding from its front legs, and a branched tail. Cowboys and pioneers of the 19th century made up tales of this strange beast coming out at night, slashing open cactus, exposing the sap. After nights, the creature was said to drink the fermented juice. This caused the cats to enter an intoxicated state, stumbling around and sometimes even attacking travelers. Attacks by this strange creature, thought considered rare, did happen from time to time. Despite these attacks, the cactus cat has not considered an aggressive creature. The creature was also known to have a unique and haunting wail that could be heard at night throughout the darkened desert, along with the dry sound of its bones rubbing together. Cassie is an enormous sea serpent found in Casco Bay, Maine. It was named by Laureen Coleman. The length of the creature Cassie is between 60 and 150 feet long. It swims at astonishing fast speeds, disappearing in seconds. It is thick as a barrel and comes in a variety of colors including dark green and malted brown. It has been sighted in the Casco Bay near Portland and Penobscot in Maine. Casey has not been seen in decades, so either the sea serpent has gone extinct or migrated elsewhere, or maybe it was just a hoax. This is a weird pick for the list, but anyway, so number 13 on the list is the Croydon leprechaun. It is a supposed sightseeing of a leprechaun in the tree in Croydon, a neighborhood of Mobile, Alabama. It follows a 2006 news report filed at the local NBC affiliate VPMI TV. The video was posted on YouTube on St. Patrick's Day 2006 and became one of the first YouTube viral videos, and it was referenced in mainstream media. As of 2023, the video has over 28 million views. Since then, the leprechaun has become an icon of the local community. In 2023, the science shop Science Source started printing out cardboard cutouts of the Croydon leprechaun and selling them, apparently with a great success. Despite the hype and the excitement surrounding the leprechaun, many people believe that the viral video was a hoax or a case of mistaken identity. Some have suggested that the figure in the tree was simply a person wearing a costume or that it was a trick of light or shadow. We have few entries from Congo until this point, and Emalantuka is another one. It is an elephant-sized cryptid that lives in Congo and possibly Cameroon. Feared by the natives as the elephant killer, it is ferocious and kills anything that it encounters. The Emelatuka is claimed to be around the size of an African bush elephant, average around 3.2 meters tall and 6 tons. Brownish to grey in color, with a heavy tail and with a body similar to shape and appearance of a rhinoceros, including one long horn. It's supposed to have a massive bulky body with 4 short legs. The animal is alleged to be semi-aquatic and feeds on malambo and other leafy plants. Well, some think it is just a hoax, while others claims it's just a rhinoceros. But let me know what you think about this one. The Flathead Lake Monster is a creature that is said to be located in the Flathead Lake in Montana. Its appearance is very similar to the Loch Ness Monster. The monster is usually described as a large, eel-shaped like creature, round with a wavy body like a snake that spans from 20 to 40 feet. It is brownish to blue-black color with grayish-black eyes. It is often been described as looking like a whale or a giant sturgeon, one of the oldest families of the bony fish in existence, often found in lakes and rivers. The first documented sightings of the Flat Lake Monster was in 1889. However, on July 13, 1993, off Woods Bay, a bank officer and a district sales manager from Seattle managed to acquire a few seconds of a video footage of this monster. The video shows a large, dark shape about 12 feet long just below the surface. One witness stated that he was able to see the monster before the film started rolling and he stated it had a sturgeon-like head and an eel-like body. There have been many more sightings of this monster, but the year 1993 proved to be a very significant in haunting the Flat Lake Monster, but sadly the existence of Flathead Lake Monster was never proven. One of the most bizarre creatures on this list is definitely the funeral mountain pteroshote. It is a bizarre creature and a fearsome critter from the lumberjack folklore of North America in the 19th and early 20th century. It has a casket-shaped shell which is 6 to 8 feet in length, and it has long wobbly legs which cause them to sway uncertainly from side to side and forward and backwards as it travels along. The strange beast was reported by some Mormon immigrants who observed a peculiar procession entering the desert from a certain mountain range, afterward named the Funeral Mountains. It is said that the creature live in the parks in the higher portions of the range, where they gradually increase in numbers until by a strange impulse they are seized by a desire to emigrate. This is about a mysterious thing caught on the camera of a Google car in Canada. It looks like a salamander on 2 legs. It has a thin upper body, small arms and thick legs. Because of the blurred image, it is hard to tell if this creature is real or if it's somebody in a weird costume who just wanted to do a prank. However, it looks somewhat cute and I hope it's friendly, because I don't want to be chased around by a thing that looks like a Pokemon creature. We are halfway through the list, and on the 18th place of this list is Gagwe. The easiest way to describe him, it's like a Bigfoot creature. The first reports of Gagwe date back to the early 1900s. Gagwes are very aggressive, which is strange for a primate, let alone an undiscovered one, leading some to believe it may be a misidentification of a werewolf-like creature. Native Americans despise and fear this creature. In 1995, a man was taking photos in 7 counties in Canada. Reviewing the photos at home, he noticed one strange figure in it. The gagwe may be also some creature like the woodbogger, which is a similar Bigfoot-like creature reported to have a more chimpanzee-like face as opposed to be more human-like face like a Sasquatch. Sadly, we only have this photo of this creature. Sadly, we have only this picture of this creature, and many claim it's just a photo of a blurred ape. Kusi is a Japanese lake monster said to be living in the Hokkaido's Lake Kusaro. Kusi is reported as being between 10 and 20 meters in length. The head of the creature is said to look somewhat like that of a horse, only larger and with silver eyes. One interesting characteristic of the Kusi is the high speeds at which it reportedly can move. In 1974, footage was taken of a mysterious creature moving across the lake at high speed. In September 1974, a group of 15 witnesses reported being surprised by a large, somewhat triangle-shaped animal with shiny skin-like scales, moving under the surface of the water with high speed like that of the motorboat. Kusi continued to be seen throughout the 70s and beyond. A possible explanation is a misidentification of a fish such as the rainbow trout, sockeye salmon, or the shakalim taimen, which is found in the lake, and it is one of the oldest and one of the largest species of salmon. Lockwood Screecher. The Lockwood Screecher is an elusive yet a loud creature that roams somewhere in the Lakewood. Not much is known about the creature other than its terrifying, almost metallic screech. Those who have heard it say it's bone-chilling. Being nearby the creature itself can cause a painful sensation in the head, nosebleeds, nausea, and even vomiting. The creature also leaves behind hair, and if it comes in contact with exposed skin, it can cause irritation, rash, blistering, and even peeling of the skin. And in even extreme cases, it can cause large amounts of the skin to peel off, causing bleeding and scarring. The creature has never been caught on film, and there hasn't been any new recent encounters. The loup carcour is a mythical being from the French folklore. It is described as being both a serpent and a mollusk at the same time, taking characteristics from both. Its massive and long body carries an enormous shell upon its back, much like a snail's shell. It was believed that the creature lives in the underground caverns in southwest France. Its gaping mouth was surrounded by several long, hairy and slimy covered tentacles, and it's said that it could extend for miles. These appendages stretch out from the cave and they would drag anything or anyone within its reach. Then it would swallow the whole victim with its huge mouth. The carcour is the nickname given to the city of Hastings in the French department of the Landes, due to its situation on the rounded-shaped hill. We really had many versions of Nessie on this tier, and here is another one. So Nessie is a reptilian cryptid that is said to live in the Lake Murray, South Carolina. Nessie is a lake monster that shares many similarities to the Scotland's monster called Nessie, although it's said to be more aggressive in its nature. It has reported as somewhat serpentine in appearance, but it's believed to be a plesiosaurus like the creature from Loch Ness. The first report of Nessie comes from the Gilbert Little of Armo SC in 1933. Gilbert claimed to have spotted the creature while boating on the lake with his family as a child, stating that if he had known of an aggressive aquatic creature in the resident of Lake Murray, then he would never have gone near the waters. Another notable encounter with this creature was on April 3, 2012. Two boys, Gary Ward 15 and Lee Ward 12, were fishing on the lake when a large animal was seen. Gray broke his wrist in vain to attempt to save his rod, and the creature dragged the boat over a mile across the lake. Eventually Gray released the rod, which caused the creature to immediately disappear beneath the surface. But the credibility of these two stories is, well, let's say questionable. The monster of Lake Tota is a legendary aquatic animal known in many works as Diablo Balena, which means devil whale, and it is the inhabitant of the Lake Tota in Colombia. The earliest reference in modern history was made by a conquistador, Gonzalez Jimenez de Quesada. He described the monster as a fish with black head like an ox and larger than a whale. The lake is home to a large variety of fish, including the rainbow trout and a large bird population. But the question remains, is there a cryptid like this in this lake? Since the 16th century it has been said that a mythical monster inhabits the lake, and its story about the devil whale was passed down through generations, but no concrete evidence about this creature was ever found. The next one on this list goes under many different names. The name we will use today is Noken. It is common known to the Germanic folks, although they are perhaps best known in the Scandinavian folklore. They are often described as beautiful, alluring women with long hair who resides in rivers, streams and lakes. They are also known to have the ability to shapeshift into a human form, and some stories suggest that they can control the weather and cause floods. In folklore they are sometimes depicted as evil and seductive, luring men to their deaths in the water. They are also said to be able to bestow great riches and treasures upon those who can win their favor. However, crossing a Noken was believed to bring bad luck, illness and even death. The Oklahoma octopus is a cryptid generally said to inhabit some fresh waters, which are also the man-made lakes of Oklahoma, where it attacks and kills even unsuspecting swimmers. There is no existing footage of this creature, and also no physical evidence exists in the case of the Oklahoma octopus. The speculation of this cryptid comes from the high mortality rate and large number of unexplained drownings in the Oklahoma lakes, so people thought that was the clear sign of its presence. There have also been numerous reports which are not really confirmed. The Oklahoma octopus is mostly like a coelopod, but more specifically like a real octopus, according to the description of those who seen it. This would make the Oklahoma octopus the only freshwater dwelling coelopod species, but this would not make the animal unique, as numerous members of the typical marine requiem shark live in freshwater environments exclusively, including the Ganges River shark. In Malaysian folklore, the orang mouse or mouse is an entity reported to inhabit the jungle of Johor in Malaysia. It is described as being a 2.4 to 3 meters tall, bipedal and covered in black fur, and has been reported feeding on fish, raiding orchards. Recorded sightings of this creature date back to 1871. Some speculate that the creature may be a surviving Gigantopithecus, or at least a folk memory of this prehistoric animal, while the scientific community tends to dismiss the sightings of this creature as a misidentification of sun bears. Orangutan Po is a creature that attacked apparently calves in a stall and destroyed vegetation on the banks of the Oglio. This weird attack alerted the authorities of Cincino in Cremona, Italy. The hunting proved they organized a group to hunt the creature down. Sadly, the hunting was proven in vain, and soon the story became a legend. There is also a story floating around where 3 young and beautiful girls are sunbathing on a beach of the river Oglio when suddenly they see a scary thing emerge from a bush. They describe it at least 4 feet, covered with dense fur and looked like a big monkey. In the fear, the girls fled from it. Some speculation is that the creature is just a normal orangutan, which is still strange because normally the orangutans don't live in that part of the world. The Ropen, meaning demon fire, is a cryptid thought to be either a big bat or an artist's depiction of a living Petrosaurus by John Conway. It is said to produce light, possibly to attract fish. The Ropen is a cryptid that allegedly lives in the Indonesian Papua province and the nation of Papua New Guinea. According to the book Searching for the Ropens, it could be any featherless creature that flies in the Southwest Pacific, and it has a tail length more than 25% of its wingspan. On the island, the word Ropen refers to a large nocturnal creature that glows briefly as it flies. The Ropen is also subject to folklore, like a man but also like a spirit, but it's believed by some natives to be a real animal. The Shanka Waroken, also known as the carcass canine, or the mystery dog, is a cryptid that is said to inhabit the Great Plains region of North America. Its name comes from the Lakota Sioux language and translates to carrying of dogs. Described as a large, wolf-like creature with reddish fur and a bushy tail, the Shankawarakan is said to be incredibly fast and agile, and is known for attacking and killing livestock. Its exact origin and nature are shrouded in mystery, with some researchers suggesting that it may be a surviving relative of a prehistoric Candice, while others believe it to be a mythical creature. Sightings of the Shankawarakan have been reported over a century ago, with many eyewitnesses describe it as a fierce and powerful predator. However, there is little evidence to support its existence, and many experts believe that the creature is simply a product of folklore and urban legend. The slide log bolter is a bizarre creature seen by lumberjacks of North America during the 19th and early 20th century. It is believed to live in the mountains of Colorado, but only at the mountains where the slope is the angle greater than 45 degrees. It has an immense head, small eyes and a large mouth which is similar to a sculpin. Its tail ends in a fluke like a dolphin with enormous grab hooks. The slide rock bolter is said to have caused great unease amongst the tourists visiting the mountains of Colorado. The scariest thing about this creature is when it attacks from the mountain, it would start going downhill and would start draw grease from the corners of its mouth to increase the speed of its huge body. The snaily gaster is a mythical dragon-like beast said to inhabit the hills surrounding Washington and Frederick counties, Maryland. The area was settled by German immigrants in the beginning of the 1730s. Early accounts describe the community being terrorized by a monster called Schnellergeist, which means quick spirit in German. The earliest incarnations mix the half-bird features of a siren with the nightmarish features of a demon or a ghoul. The Snelligaster was described as a half-reptile, half-bird with a metallic beak lined with razor-sharp teeth, occasionally with an octopus and occasionally with octopus-like tentacles. In 1909, a newspaper offered a reward for capturing the Snelligaster, which automatically led to increase in the reports of the sightseeing. In 2021, Sarah Cooper, a cryptozoologist in Maryland, opened the American Snelligaster Museum in Libertytown, MD. The White River Monster is an aquatic cryptid known from the White River in Newport, Arkansas. The first recorded sightings of the Whitey are from the 1915, but the creature has allegedly been seen since the American Civil War. On July 1st, 1915, a plantation owner spotted Whitey, stating that it had gray skin and was wide as a car and was 3 cars long. Sightings didn't appear again until 1971, when a variation of descriptions emerged. Also in 1971, 2 fishermen reported encountering the White River Monster and even claimed to shot it with a .22 rifle. However, no physical evidence was ever found, and some believe that the creature may be simply an alligator. So let's talk about another Bigfoot-like creature called wood booger. It is said to roam the forests of Southwest Virginia. The legend of the wood booger dates back in centuries and has been passed down through generations of Appalachian folklore. The creature is said to be aggressive and territorial, often attacking humans who venture too close to its territory. The name wood booger was given to the creature because it was often rumored to carry off young children like a boogeyman. Despite the lack of evidence, the legend of the wood booger continues to be a popular of discussion in the Appalachian region, and the creature is often featured in local festivals and events. And the last one on this list is the Wolver. The Wolver is a legendary creature from the Shetland Islands, which are a group of islands located off the north coast of Scotland. It is described as a humanoid-like creature that is covered in hair and has the lower body of a wolf. The Wolver is said to be a solitary creature that is said to live in remote areas such as caves and abandoned buildings. Unlike other werewolf legends, the Wolver is not believed to be a shapeshifter. Instead, it is said to have the appearance of a man with 2 legs of a wolf. Despite its fearsome appearance, the Wolver is said to be a peaceful creature that is friendly towards humans. In fact, it is said that the wolver is also known to leave fish on the doorsteps of poor families during hard times, and it has been described as having a kind and gentle nature. The legend of the wolver is believed to originate from the Viking era, when the Sheet Islands were under Norse rule. Some believe that the wolver may have been inspired by Viking tales of warriors who wore wolf pets into battle. Let's start the layer 6 with a creature known as a Jewel. Have you ever heard of a Jewel, also known as the bush dog cryptid? It's supposed to be a wild dog that lives around the Sahara Desert in North Africa. It was first spotted way back in 1928 by a guy named Theodore Mondon. But the thing is, scientists still haven't officially discovered this type of dog. Yet. The last time anyone saw it was in 1992 when some hunters from the village West Mauritania reported a sightseeing, but since then no one was able to find it. The Ajul are not solitary creatures, they hunt in packs, which range in size from 3 to 13. They are also reported to have supernatural powers. According to the local tribesmen of the Sahara, pheromones to cause great discord amongst the area's residents, allowing them to hunt their prey. But there are also no reports of Ajuls attacking humans. And also one little fact, Ajuls appear as enemies in a game that is called Resident Evil 5. The next one on this list is the creature called Agagwe. It's a human-like creature that has been seen in the forest of East Africa. It goes by various names such as the Kakundakari or Kilobma. Captain William Hitchens allegedly spotted it in the year 1900, but it didn't receive any media attention until 37 years later, where the discovery was published in a magazine December issue. The difference between the Agagwe and a modern chimpanzee are those that the Agagwe have rounded forehead, smaller but sharper teeth, and hair and skin color. In the late 1950s, an animal collector reported seeing a Agagwe in Zaire. He saw it get caught in a bird snare, but it quickly freed itself and escaped. The Agagwe is likely a surviving species of a primate that lived 2.5 million years ago as a very early form of human. In Ainu and Shinto folklore, there exists a colossal creature called Akoro Kaumi. It is believed to be a creature that is part human and part octopus, and it can be found in the Funka Bay in Hokkaido, Japan. Sightings of this creature have been reported in other areas such as Taiwan and Korea for many centuries. Another name for this creature can translate to long finger woman. In the Shinto mythology, it has a human-like appearance and a bright red color. It's around 120 meters long and can self-amputate and regenerate limbs like an octopus. Shinto followers believe it has healing powers and offer gifts as the Nade Yakushi shrine in Kyoto. The legend of this creature goes like this. A villager in Abuta Toyura was cursed by a spirit to witness their town's destruction. A spider-human hybrid named Yashikapu carried out the curse, killing many people. The sea kami Rempankanui intervened by transforming the Yashikapu into octopus and banishing her to the sea. A sea creature grew larger and ate bigger prey like whales and ships. It once swallowed a fisherman who called for help. Because of that, the Renkabui was poisoned when it heard his cries, causing it to emit a dark and noxious fluid. But Yashikapu learned to use this venom to attack prey. In the 1800s, a guy named John Batchelor saw the creature to use the fluid to even attack a ship, proving that the myth apparently was true. According to the Argentinian Toba folklore, the creature's name, I don't wanna butcher, is the father of the owner of all snakes and has control over them worldwide. The creature is also connected to rainbows, water and storms, and it's said to reside near bodies of water and in deep caves. The creature is a large multicolored serpent that resembles a bushmaster and it's around 10 meters long. It has a prominent red crest on its head and a saw-like structure around its body that helps it to move, and its tail ends in two hooks which it uses to catch prey. Do you guys know what bear dogs are? Have you ever heard of that breed of dogs? They belong to a Caniformia suborder and have their own family called Amphicyonidae. Their appearance is similar to a mix between bears and dogs, like the name. Although there were many species in the past, they begin to die out. The most recent fossils found in the New World date back to around 2 million years ago, while in the Old World, the most recent fossils are approximately 10,000 years old. There is some evidence that bear dogs may survive in remote areas much longer. According to the legends and sightings from some icy valleys on the border between Canada and Alaska, the Wahalea, a wolf-like creature, may still exist today. Other details, they differ from true wolf. Its head was too wide for that of a wolf, and its body was too heavy, almost like a bear one. But even though it was larger than a wolf, it had shorter legs than a wolf, so that's why they're nicknamed bear dogs. Again, we have a creepypasta on the list, just to give you a heads up. It is an early creepypasta posted on a paranormal board on the 4chan on Saturday, August 8, 2009. The plot of the creepypasta involved a person who discovers a pile of rocks and a mini DV, a video cassette, and a torn envelope scattered on the ground while walking. Inside the envelope there was a note written in ash or charcoal that contained the phrase, "I killed the camera head. It took Trevor and get help if I don't come back." The content of the cassette are uploaded on YouTube by a person who probably goes silent. Despite being categorized as bullshit, the story remained on the site for years until it was shut down and all media, including Camerahead, was removed. The story's absence wasn't noted until years later when people realized it was no longer available. I hope this gives you a general idea about the creepypasta, so let's move on to the next entry. Little is known about this entry, so apparently the chupachu is a cousin of the chupacabra and it's a subspecies. This indicates that the chupacabra managed to mutate or evolve over the years. Because I only managed to find one Reddit post on this theme, maybe some of you know more about this creature, and if you do, drop a comment down below and share your knowledge. There are many mysteries floating around the American Civil War of the 1860s. A group of civil soldiers of the Union Army posing proudly with a corpse of a giant reptile which is 100 million years extinct. The corpse apparently belongs to a Petrosaurus reptile. One of these photos, known as the yellow photo, is widely recognized as a hoax by researchers. It is staged with actors and a model of a Petrosaurus for a TV series called Freaky Links. The model used in this photo is now displayed in the International Cryptozoology Museum in Portland, Maine. The other photo is known as PTP. It is prompted by John Whitcomb as a legitimate Civil War photo of the Petrosaurus creature. However, many experts believe that the creature, soldiers, and background elements in the photo suggest that it's a hoax. For example, the wings lack the small claws that the real Petrosaurus possessed, and the wings are bent unnaturally. We came across different frightening creatures, but a pumpkin with a taste of devouring objects is definitely intriguing. In Bantu folklore, pumpkins have the potential to grow into a huge devouring creature. Such plants are said to grow where evil sorcerers or ogres were slain. A legend tells us the story of the devouring gourd Usambara by a group of young boys playing outside. One of the boys pointed out the pumpkin's impressive size, and to their surprise, the pumpkin spoke back. It simply said, "If you pluck me, I'll pluck you." The boys rushed home to tell their mother, but she didn't believe them. The sisters of the boys wanted also to see the pumpkin, and it remained silent. The pumpkin grew until it devoured everyone except for a pregnant woman and her son. The son sought revenge and taunted the pumpkin until it was defeated. The boy cut it open with a knife, released the villagers unharmed, and went on to becoming the hero who helped the whole village. Back in a hot summer of 1973, folks living in Newtown, Lafayette area of New Jersey were freaking out over reports of a big human-like alligator. The creature got a name, Gatorman, so people were saying it was a massive man-sized fish from some Native American legend that could not be caught. What's interesting is that the state employee actually acknowledged the existence of this New Jersey Gatorman, which is interesting. We need to mention the creation of the crocodile armor on the bodies of young men in the Kaningara tribe, which involves acquiring scars to resemble the skulls of a crocodile. However, this is just mainly a coincidence. The statement came in 1977 when a New York City conservation nationalist, Alfred Hulstruck, reported that the state's southern steer was the apparent home of a scaled man-like creature which appears at dusk from the red algae-infested waters to forage among the fern and moss-covered uplands. Although this is the only official comment in relation to the New Jersey Gatorman, the simple fact that the city officially publicly acknowledged the creature's existence says something about its credibility. From bear dogs to vampire dogs. The Gertalzo, known as the vampire dog of Annerdale, was a mysterious creature that killed between 300 and 400 sheep over a 6-month period in Cumberland, England in 1810. Even from the first attack, it was believed that the killings had not been done by an ordinary dog. The slain sheep have several of their organs been removed and eaten, and they were also drained from its blood, which led to his nickname. Local farmers left their normal duties to track down and kill this creature. A reward of 10 pounds, which was a significant amount in these days, was offered to capturing this elusive creature. However, despite the traps set by the locals, the creature managed to avoid them. Some believe that the creature had supernatural powers. Dead sheep were poisoned and left on the hillside in the hope of attracting the animal, but it continued to evade the capture. But one man, John Steele, succeeded to see and wound the geared dog. The dog was weakened, so it was no match for the pursuing hounds to capture the creature, and it was finally killed. The corpse of the vampire dog was weighed, and it was about 51 kilograms. After all the locals had seen it, it was sent to the Keswick Museum and Art Gallery, and unfortunately, as time goes by the 1950s, the stuffed exhibition was getting very raggy and moth-eaten, so it was destroyed. Yara is a figure from Brazilian mythology based on the ancient Tupi and Guarani mythology. Depending on the oral tradition and the context of the story, she can be seen either as a water nymph, a siren, or a beautiful mermaid that lives in the Amazon River. According to the oral tradition of the Brazilian folklore, Yana was a beautiful indigenous woman in a tribe who developed a talent for warfare and gaining admiration from all of her tribesmen, but stirred up the envy of her brothers, who decided to sabotage her by murdering her during the night. The legend says Yara knew how to defend herself, so after her brothers attacked her, she accidentally killed them. Discovered by her father, she fled and took refuge in the woods, but was captured and punished for her murders of her brothers by being drowned in the river. She then turned into a mermaid upon being saved by a nearby fish on the night of a full moon, and decided to take revenge on all men by seducing them and drowning them in the river. For centuries there have been reports of a large creature living underwater near the lake Laberkin in Siberia. Recently, a team of scientists from the Russian Geographical Society found a skeletal remain of an animal that fits the description of the devil of the lake Laberkin. However, skeptics are still unsure of the creature's existence. The team has not been able to confirm or deny the various hypotheses about what kind of creature this could be, but they have found remains of jaws and a skeleton of an animal. The researcher team, which included divers from the Russian Emergency Ministry, camera people from the Sakha National Broadcasting Company, and scientists from the Yakut State University, was gathering samples of the water, plants, and animal comes from the lake bottom. To determine more about this creature, it's commonly believed that it may be a big fish like a pike. However, according to a scientist, Gerasimov, pike does not live long enough to reach such a massive size. And also, fish require two key factors to grow: proper nourishment and warm water temperatures. Even if the nutrition was excellent in the lake, the temperature in this area is unlikely to be high enough. Therefore, the notion of the gigantic pike seems far-fetched. In Germarov's expert opinion, this creature still remains a mystery. I truly wish that the Mantis Man creature is nothing but a fictional entity, but we need to talk about him. So, the Mantis Man is a roughly 7-foot tall bug-like creature that is reported to be seen in New Jersey near the riverside. Two people saw the creature by the riverside while fishing. Despite its massive size, the Mantis Man can touch the riverbed without being swept away by the flow of the water. Based on all available reports, the creature does not harm anyone and appears to be afraid of humans, as it always runs away when approached. There are rumors circulating that the Mantis Man could be a result of a failed experiment. Some believe that it was purposely released near a river by someone who could not control it. Others speculate that it may be a mutation that occurred during breeding, resulting in its massive size. There are even those who suggest that there may be multiple creatures like this in existence. The creature is often compared to a praying mantis due to its appearance and behavior, such as ability to camouflage and spreads its wings. However, it's unlikely that the current atmosphere could sustain a praying mantis of this size, leading some to believe that this creature is possibly just a hoax. Have you ever heard about Mapingari, a creature from Brazilian folklore that is supposed to be a giant sloth or ape-like thing? Apparently it stinks so bad that it can knock you out. Some people think it may be a ground sloth from way back in the Ice Age. Some sample of the Mapingari hairs and droppings were collected by investigator David Oren, but turned out to be disposed of giant anteaters and the hair of small rodents. In many indigenous communities in the Amazon region, the Mapingari is considered to be a sacred and powerful creature, and is often associated with supernatural powers. Some legends suggest that it can control the weather or bring good fortune to those who encounter it. There have also been attempts to capture or study the Mapingari, but those efforts have been largely unsuccessful. The dense jungle and rough terrain of the Amazon make it difficult to conduct thorough scientific research, and many sightings of this creature have been dismissed as hoaxes or misidentification of other animals. Entry 16 is a sea creature called Moha Moha that is said to live near the Great Barrier Reef in Queensland, Australia. It looks like a turtle, it has a long neck, a large dome-shaped back and a huge fishtail. The creature was first seen in 1890 by M.S. Lowell, a school teacher on Great Sandy Island. There was 9 other sightings reported in the area within several days. The natives in the area have encountered this creature before and called it Moha Moha. They believe it was a dangerous beast that would attack the villagers and kill tribe members. Many other similar accounts have come from the James Cook in the 1770s about the creature roaming around his ship, and by Jacob Luck in 1964, where he stated he saw a decomposing carcass on a rock looking like this creature. In 2001, in the capital city of New Delhi, an ape-like creature terrorized the city. The monkey got the nickname simply Monkey Man of New Delhi. During May of the year, rumors started circulating in New Delhi about a monkey-like creature that was attacking individuals at night. Although there were inconsistencies in the eyewitnesses' accounts, the creature was generally described as being 120 centimeters tall and with thick black hair. It was also said to wear a metal helmet, metal gloves and pants, and glowing red eyes. And sometimes he was also wearing goggles. I mean, it sounds like a video game character until this point. But let's move on with the story. But some believe the Monkey Man is an incarnation of the Hindu god Hanuman. Other think it's a variation of a Bigfoot. Also, shining bright light in the monkey man's face was said to ward him off, but the monkey man is believed today to be a product of mass hysteria. The Olidiao is a massive cryptid bat or floating reptile that is believed to exist in Central Africa. The name Olidiao is thought to have originated from the Ipulo language combining the words Ole and Nitya, and it's used to refer to a ceremonial dance mask representing demons. The Ipulo may use the name to refer to demons in general, rather than a creature itself. In pop culture, the Olidiao has been featured in lost tapes as cave demons, portrayed as a giant bat. What's interesting is that the creature is said to came from Tora Bora caves in Afghanistan, rather than Cameroon. Another fun fact that the creature Chico in Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker suggests that the Olidio is evidence that Petrosaurus still exists today. Now let's go back to the cold Russia to discuss the discovery of aquatic creature known as the organism 46B that was reportedly caught by a Russian scientific team near Vostok Station. The organism 46B is a deep-sea creature that was discovered by Russian researchers in 1980s during a deep-sea exploration mission. Organism 46B is a large octopus-like creature with a unique ability to rapidly shapeshift and camouflage itself, making it nearly impossible to detect. Some versions of the story suggest that the creature is highly intelligent and maybe even a creature out of this world. However, there is no scientific evidence to support the existence of the organism 46B, and the claims about the discovery by the Russian researchers appear to be completely fabricated. The story of the organism 46B is an example of a viral hoax that gained traction on the internet due to its sensational and mysterious nature. One of the points that proved the story is a hoax is a fact about the scientists where they made entries by ice core drilling, which is typically preceded by a passage only a few inches in diameter. Certainly not large enough to transport a person to 2 miles of ice, never mind a tank capable of containing a 33-foot-long aquatic creature. Diving into a 4chan post from 2003 by the user EZ, he described the story of how he encountered a large sloth-like beast and even managed to injure one or more of them before being chased off. They are called Ruby Valley beasts that are supposed sloth-like cryptids in the Ruby Valley area of northern Nevada. Users from the K&X boards were going to the location of the EZ had talked about, but no info about his journey has been uploaded or even talked about on 4chan. It is unknown if the story is true or not, and if the beast even exists. The Shore Lady is a ram-sized creature found along the coasts of West Fjords of Iceland. The Fjorali is a creature with brownish gray that has muscles and barnacles growing on it, causing a unique scraping of a jingle sound when it walks. This serves as a warning to unexpected travelers of its presence. There have been reports that the Shore Lady has been webbed feet and hose. The Shore Lady is said to act aggressively, while others state that the creature will flee in the sea on rare occasions. This was mostly when he was spotted by humans. 22 on the list is quite interesting if you want to dive deeper into it. It's something like a SCP Foundation thing. So, to give you a general idea about the solar plexus clown glider, it is a term to describe the range of paranormal events that are believed to be caused by a corruptive entity that targets vulnerable individuals through their solar plexus chakra. Originally associated with the New Age practices in 1980s, the phenomenon gained traction in the late 1990s through a horror-themed email that warned people that reading or hearing the words of the solar plexus clown glider could lead to infection. Others believe that viewing certain black and white images online could also cause the infection. The SPCG appears to feed off humans' misery, bombarding its hosts with realistic hallucinations, glitches in reality, and waking them emotionally. The apparent sickness that comes from the SPCG contact is described as a similar to meth addicts' experience of withdrawal paranoia symptoms. Stellar Sea Ape is a creature that was only seen by an explorer named George Wilhelm Steller on August 10, 1741 in the waters of Shumig Islands in Alaska. Steller described the sea ape as having a man-like face and hands and body covered in short fur, and it resembles a sea lion. There have been much speculation and debate regarding this creature's existence over the years. Some argued that it may be based on a real animal, such as a walrus or a seal, while others believe it is purely mythical and created by Steller to make his scientific reports more exciting. Talipo is a creature from American folklore that is said to haunt the woods and prey of unexpected travelers. According to the legend, Talipo is a small furry creature with long tail and sharp claws, and it's known for its eerie, high-pitched screech. The story of the Talipo typically involves a traveler who stumbles upon the creature's lair and takes something that belongs to it, such as its tail. In retaliation, the Talipo begins to stalk and terrorize the traveler, sometimes even killing them in a fit of rage. The origins of the Talipo legend are unclear, but it can be a part of American folklore for generations. The story has been passed down through oral tradition and has been featured in numerous works of literature and popular culture. Today, the Talipo remains a spooky and intriguing part of American folklore, and it's continued to capture the imagination of people around the world. Yeah, this one is kind of out of place for this list. Where, yeah, of course, some creatures on the list were aggressive, but considering this is a creepypasta with this topic, I think this would find a better place on some other list. But sure, why not? Let's talk about the six-legged red centaur. It is a name given to a bizarre-looking, unidentified creature that somewhat resembles a centaur from Greek mythology. It appeared in the following eyewitness account posted by an anonymous user on 4chan on November 2008. I won't talk about the creepypasta, but the creature only to keep it relevant to the list. It looked like a pale horse. It had a human-like torso but wider, with 6 legs, looking something like between a beetle's legs and horse legs. It had 2 human arms, a bald head with a bizarre look, and it didn't have any eyes, and its reproductive organ was in the place of its abdomen area. But let's talk about something more chill. Have you ever heard of the Toronto aerial jellyfish? It is a type of a UFO that has been spotted in Toronto. The particular UFO is known as the atmospheric jellyfish, which is essentially a flying jellyfish that hovers in the atmosphere. You might have seen it featured in the Secret Saturdays, where a British scientist named Dr. Maggie Aldrin Pocock suggests that aliens are likely explanation for these sightings. According to its testimony supplied by the UFO Sightings Daily, a Toronto witness reported he saw this UFO on April 12, 2012. A strange creature was said to have paid a visit to the small town of Van Meter in Iowa. The strange events occurred in October 1903. Several respected members of the community told of a mysterious winged creature that terrorized some of the town's residents for several nights in the week. The description of the beast suggests that it was a large creature with bat-like wings. It left a terrible stench wherever it went, and even stranger, it fired beams of bright light from its forehead. Imagine just that. Locals tried to shoot the beast, but it didn't work. They went to a coal mine and found 2 other beasts. They all vanished as they were fired on and were never seen again. Wowie is a fearsome creature from Australian Aboriginal mythology. It resembles a 7-meter-long goanna with huge frog-shaped head and 6 powerful legs. Although slow, the Wowie was extremely stealthy and could gobble up a whole tribe in a single meal. The water-rat tribe, having finally enough of their suffering at the hands of the Wuwi, instructed all tribes in the area to gather together spears, stone axes, and many bundles of stick. When the Wuwi was at the far end of his cave, they staked up the bundles in a great heap at the entrance and set them on fire. After 7 days, the Wuwi finally emerged. Blinded and confused by the smoke, the tribesmen succeed in killing him with their weapons and freeing the land from the terrible menace. It is possible that the myth of the Wuwi was inspired by real-life encounters with Australians' megafauna such as the megalaina, which is actually a lizard that is bigger than the Komodo dragon, about 2 times larger than a car. Xingxing is an unknown primate in the Himalayan mountains that is said to be a subspecies of the orangutan, simply a mainland orangutan of the well-established range of their species, or possibly a larger relative of the golden-faced apes. The creature typically has black fur and yellowish-gray eyes and is said to reach a height of 10 feet. It is highly mobile, able to navigate through rocky terrain with ease. While it's commonly spotted in the lower regions of the mountains, it is tend to steer clear of civilization. And that was the last entry of the layer 6. So let's move to the next one. So the layer 7 starts with the creature Afang, a lake monster from the Welsh mythology. It is said to be a crocodile, dwarf, demon, or a beaver hybrid. The Afak is a legendary creature that is said to live in the lake and is known for attacking people who swim or fall into its habitat. One of the earliest documented accounts of the Afnak comes from the 15th century poet Lewis Glyn Clotty. According to the legend, the Afnak is a dangerous creature that can cause flooding and destruction if it's not appeased. In some versions of the story, a brave hero of group of heroes must capture or kill the Afnak to save their village or town from destruction. The origin of the Afnak legend is unclear, but it has been a part of Welsh folklore for generations. The story has been passed down through oral tradition and have been even featured in numerous works of literature and popular culture. Alicanto is a nocturnal bird that lives in the caves and mines of Chile. At night their feathers shine with a metallic color and their eyes emit a strange light. Alicanto is often depicted as a large bird, but the size and shape usually vary depending on the sightings or the tail. Alicanto comes in 2 types. One feeds on silver, while other feeds on gold. Sometimes the one that eats gold consumed so much that it became too heavy to fly. Their feathers, color and glow depend on their diet. They build their nests near the hills that contain precious stones that they can eat. Spotting an alicanto is considered a sign of good luck. If a miner can follow the alicanto without getting caught, they will find silver or gold. However, if the alicanto discovers them, it may push them off a cliff or lure them into a deep ravine. On the other hand, alicanto may assist humans into finding gold and silver if they favor them, providing that the human shares what they find with the bird. This is about the interesting story found on 4chan, called simply Antarctic Strider. It's about a scientific expedition 30 miles southeast of the McMurdo, Antarctica. It tells a story about a place where people shouldn't simply go, and there were those 5 creatures called strides living in there. They would be only seen at night, and it's a really interesting story to dive in, and I would recommend you check out the story for yourself. There are also a few videos on YouTube who dive deeper in this theme. The Auli, also known as the Aya Napa sea monster, is a creature that some believe inhabit the coast of Aya Napa in Cyprus. The local fishermen refer to it as the Philikoteres, which means the friendly monster. Although it has been known to damage fishing nets, there were also no reports of causing any harm to humans. The creature has been spotted on numerous times and has even the nickname the Cyprus Loch Ness by some local newspaper. Some people speculate it is something like a crocodile or a serpent. Sometimes it is described as a monster with the form of a giant maiden with a serpent lower body, 6 dog heads, and 12 forelimbs. Despite various sightings by tourists and locals, there is no concrete evidence that Aya Napa sea monster truly exists. Only a few short films and pictures exist as photographic evidence. Some believers of the myth may connect it to the mythical sea monster Scylla depicted in the mosaics from the house of Dionys in Paphos, Cyprus. Finally, something cute on the list. So let's talk about the star penguins. In 1995, while on a hunting trip, Robert Lawrence and his friend encountered something that they called black star penguins. As they looked up the canyon, they observed a group of synchronized creatures walking down the hillside and stopping at regular intervals. According to Lawrence, the creatures were black and walked in a uniform manner. He estimated them to be around 2 feet tall and standing upright. There are several explanations as to what the creature could be. They are simply an undiscovered species of we don't know about. Or the second one is pretty simply, they are demon penguins. I leave it to you to decide which you wanna believe into. There is a legend of an evil spirit called Diogen, also known as the Eye, that is said to haunt the Sonian forest in Belgium. It is often seen surrounded by smaller shadow figures appearing in a fog form. Although the story is based on true events, there have been no recent sightings of the spirit, and it has become one of the urban legends of the campfire tale. According to the book of The Kinder van het Penzat Bos, which was written in 1937, the legend of Diogen, it is said to have begun when local nuns began finding burnt bodies of young children in the Saunian forest near Brussels. It is said they found over 80 bodies and they were dumped throughout the forest and set ablaze. Very little is known about the case other than things we found in the book, which is believed to many to have been a work of fiction. A legend has it that a skin diver exploring the underwater caverns of Dublin Lake, Cheshire County in the early 1980s encountered a terrifying monster. The monster was simply named the Dublin Lake Monster. The guy emerged from the lake, shaking badly and mumbling about what he had seen. Another version of the legend involves a scuba diver who disappeared while exploring the deepest parts of the lake using a diving bell. He was later found without any clothes, rambling about the monsters of the lake. The scuba diver allegedly discovered dry, oxygen-filled pockets inhabited by this unclassified breed of subterranean cryptids. Unfortunately, no description of those creatures was ever reported, and the unidentified scuba diver was institutionalized due to its ability to live with the horror that he had encountered. The next one on this list is the duck-toed dum-dum, a creature categorized as a fearsome critter that is said to appear every spring. It has 2 tails resembling past drumsticks that it beats on the tight drum skin like back, causing nearby fish to flock to the shore and shallow water to lay their eggs. The creature would usually watch all the fish gathering around. According to the text, the dum-dum emits a noise that activates the breeding stimulus in fish, allowing them to lay eggs. However, it is unclear if this creature is a real cryptid or just a joke. Apparently, the nowhere wrong, also known as the Vietnamese wildman, is a Bigfoot-like creature found in Vietnam, Laos, and Borneo. It has black or dark reddish fur with gray patches and stands around 6 to 7 feet tall. Its hands, feet, and knees are bare. The creature is said to appear alone or in small groups and referred to as buffalo monkeys or big monkeys on the Latvian border. Neuron has been reported to break into houses, abduct people, and steal food. During the Vietnamese War, soldiers claimed to have seen and shot this creature, which left footprints and trails of the blood, but it was not captured. Unfortunately, no blood samples were ever recovered for further analysis. So this is a music video that can be found on YouTube under the name Unknown Creature Living Behind the Radiator. So it's basically a 1 minute long video of a guy filming a radiator, and in the end the camera slowly tries to focus the inner parts of the radiator when we see an eye on the other side. Then we hear some monkey noises and the video ends. I can't tell you much more about this, but go look it up for yourself. And please make sure you check out your radiator before sleeping so you don't have a monkey caught somewhere in there. So let's move to the last entry on this list. The spotlight has the Wood Devil, which may be a group of a Bigfoot that can be spotted in the Coos County, New Hampshire since the 1930s. They are described as tall, around 7 to 9 feet tall, with a thin gray shaggy hair. They use trees to hide and will stay behind them until the coast is clear. Screams of this creature have been heard by hikers and outdoor men, but it's unclear if they are just all lumberjack tales or actual subspecies of the Bigfoot. It is also possible that this creature is not Bigfoot but a different species altogether. Now let's go back to 1924. There was a sighting of extraterrestrial beings known as the Dade City Flowers occurred in Dade City, Florida. While playing in a schoolyard, a young girl named Elvin Vent was temporarily blinded by a bright light. Once the light dimmed, she saw egg-shaped objects in the grass and small robotic figures carrying weapons or devices. Despite her offer to help to carry the objects, she found it too heavy. The robots communicated with her telepathically, informing her that they were planning to stop the work being done in the science building, even if they must destroy it. Afterward, the robots returned to the ship, but not before offering Elvin a chance to come with them. She refused, and they promised to return in 35 years before taking off into the sky. The creatures in question appear to be robots and look a bit like cartoon flowers. Their craft appear to be a large egg-shaped like object. I need to say that this is a quite interesting tale from the 1920s. So this one has an interesting story behind it. It is basically a creature that was put by the creator of the Iceberg on the list. He can correct me if I'm wrong, but there isn't any story behind it. I will use this entry to thank him for making this iceberg chart, and I dare you, the viewer, to make a story about this creature in the comment section. So let's move to the next one. The Awful is a cryptid with pings that have been reportedly seen in Richford and Berkshire, Vermont by multiple witnesses. One sighting involved a sawmill worker who claimed to have seen this creature on a rooftop looking down at them as they crossed the bridge. The sighting was so terrifying that one of the men suffered a heart attack. According to the reports, the Awful had a resemblance to a griffin with a wingspan around 20 feet and grayish wings. It has also exceptionally long serpentine tail and massive claws. There are two possible explanations of the sightings of the Awful cryptid. One possible explanation could be the misidentification of an animal we know, or a misinterpretation of a natural phenomenon. It is also possible that some reported sightings were simply the result of folklore or storytelling. Without concrete evidence, it is difficult to determine the true nature of this creature. The last one on this list goes under the name Vamp. The Vamp is a creature from American folklore that is said to help hunters by attracting deer to the area. According to the legend, the Vamp is around the same size as a raccoon and has gray body shaped like a salt sack, with a hollow tail that has a salt shaker on the end of it. The Vamp goes around shaking salt at roots of trees every few miles, which deer love to lick up. They would then tell the other deer about it, leading them to increase the deer population in the areas. Deer hunters would track the Vamps as they were seen as the sign of a good hunting ground. While the existence of the Vamp is purely mythical, the legend has been passed down through generations and remains a popular part of American folklore.